Good morning, Waltham, Massachusetts. How's everybody doing today? Y'all staying warm? Woo! Awesome. Well, we are so glad to have you here at the Charles River Museum of Industry, where we're going to have some robot fighting. Y'all excited for robot fighting? Woo! Awesome. We got 2 robots entering to the arena right now to start off this mass destruction number 5, I think. I don't know. We lost count after about number 9. So over in the green square, we've got the overhead purple and black cutter of Phantom 4. He'll be going up against an undercutter with the black and pink Deathcap. Deathcap for Cutie is going to be going up against the 4th Phantom here at Mass Destruction number 5. Our box is locked. The pit is locked in the lower position. For anybody who's new here at Mass Destruction, we have a giant hole in the floor. It is in the interest of all of our competitors to avoid driving into that pit, but unlike other competitions where if you go into the pit, the game is over, with this one, we've got a little bit of a more dynamic surprise. Also, for anybody new here to robot fighting, this is robot fighting. We're going to put 2 robots in an arena together for 3 minutes. They're going to fight to the death for your entertainment. And at the end of that 3 minutes, if both of them are still alive, we're going to figure out who is the winner, and we might need your help. So everybody pay super close attention. With all those fancy words out of the way, Deathcap, are you ready? Deathcap, no. Looks like we're having a little bit of technical issues right now. Unclear if that's going to be a radio issue or programming. These robots are really great at taking mechanical hits, but sometimes the hardest part is figuring out how to program them. All right, Deathcap's ready. Phantom 4 is ready. 3 minutes on the clock. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these horizontals are spinning up to speed. Phantom 4 looking a little unreliable. Deathcap is down a wheel side, and she was using that in order to expose her soft TPU backside instead of that front wedge. Phantom goes in for the hit, but he misses and smacks the wall instead. Robots don't get any points for fighting the arena, but it is super dynamic and fun to watch. Looks like Deathcap might be down a drive side, but her weapon is still working. Is Phantom 4 going to go in for some cheeky little hits here at the end, or is he going to take an early win? We're going to give Deathcap a little bit of a quick restart, and that's a tap out. Your winner by tap out is Phantom 4, the Purple Prince. Let's give a round of applause for both of these competitors. What a great first round between these 2 powerful horizontal spinners. Coming next into the arena, we've got a pair of Mass Destruction veterans here. Over on the red square, we've got Prince. Prince is a long-time, much-changing, constantly evolving competitor with a vertical spinning disc. That disc is made out of ultra-hardened steel, and he's going to spin it about 250 miles an hour and try to smack it into his opponents, to throw them into the roof or take chunks out of them. Over here on the judges' side, we have Mako. Mako is normally just an overhead chopping saw who's going to try to get that saw to cut robots into half, cut through their top plates, cut up some wires, go and get into all the cuts. But there appears to be a brand new robot that is entering the arena with Mako. I don't know the name of this specific one, but the robot in red seems like it's going to be just a jam robot. We do allow multi-bots here at Mass Destruction. We actually encourage it by giving them a little bit of a weight bonus just because we find them a lot more interesting, engaging, and energetic. However, these robots still are held to a strict weight limit to make sure that everything is fair. You will notice with Mako, they do have two separate drivers. One of them is going to be operating the saw bot, and the other one is going to be running the grabber jammer bot. Both of our competitors are moving to their squares as my co-host Brandon Zelensky comes back to his seat. Mako is once again dealing with a little bit of radio programming issues. You can see these robots are extra colorful. They're printed out of a kind of rubber with 3D printed materials. All right, both of our competitors are ready. Prince is good, Mako is good. Audience, are you good? Are you ready to help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Prince is spinning that massive weapon up to speed while the jammer robot of Mako tries to go in and get a pin, and she's got a good pin. Here comes the saw, and Prince is in the pit. And now out of the pit, doing a loop-de-loop on the way out. Prince has that big top armor with those crowns, those cute little crenulations right next to it to try to keep that dangerous saw of Mako away, but that's only going to work in one direction for them. Prince finally getting a couple of good hits in, but going into the pit for their sins. And look at that, a fantastic hit there from Mako. It seems some magic smoke has come out, but that's not smoke, that's actually just melted plastic. Main bot of Mako is now in the pit. We're going to send them on their way to a bit of a handstand. Prince is struggling a little bit. It's unclear if that last underside cut did serious damage. That lighter weight jamming bot of Mako is now going toe-to-toe with Prince and doing a great job of keeping them jammed up against the wall. The saw bot of Mako was very energetic, but it seems to have slowed down. We are 1 minute into this fight, and it could be anyone's game. Another giant cut in there from Mako. He's looking for a belt to try to cut to disable that weapon. A little bit of a do-si-do, and it pays off great for Mako as they're using Prince's weapon against themselves. Right there on the edge with Prince. Violent hit there. That saw of Mako getting shoved into the weapon, not where he wants it to be, but it seems like it did some damage, although Prince keeps going along. 3 robot pile up in the center of the arena, but it looks like the weapon of Prince has gone down. Unclear if something's overheated or one of those mini saw cuts from Mako, and the weapon has come back, showing a nice little somersault coming from the jammer bot of Mako. Wonderful teamwork there. The lifter jammer bot getting Prince up and over, and it looks like these two robots are tangled together and they're free now, but still demonstrating a whole lot of control. That jammer bot trying to be as infuriating to all of us as possible. I don't know about you, but I want to see Prince throw somebody else into the ceiling. 30 seconds left in this fight. So far, we have seen an overwhelming amount of control coming from Mako. A couple of cheeky hits here or there from Prince, and a lot of pit time for Prince as well. We're going to have to see if they can't put the pedal to the metal in order to get those last couple of hits to really impress the judges. 10 seconds left in this fight. Lots of great driving this whole match. Let's see where we end up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's the end of the fight. Drivers, return to your squares. And your winner by judges' decision is Mako. Let's give a round of applause for all 3 of our robots here for giving us a great, energetic fight right off the hop.
I got it, the spreadsheet.
Better cells that were smaller and more like I used. Yeah. Nope.
We're doubling down with our double trouble here at MassDestruction as the Power of Friendship, who was a semi-finalist during our last event, is entering the arena. Over in orange and blue with the twin peckerheads, the Power of Friendship uses both teamwork, control, and drill bits in order to try to get through the top plate of whatever robot is in front of them. Sometimes this works out, and they're able to get a good pin and then drive that drill bit down into something soft and sensitive, like a pouch cell lithium polymer battery or some wiring. Other times, it just gets smacked off at the start of the fight, and then there's nothing but ineffectual pecking that has to drive the rest of the match. We're seeing a little bit of bouncy vibration coming from Mothership over here on the judges' side. That usually means that the weapon is striking the ground. Not a good start, but if they can get it up to speed and keep it running for the rest of the match, it should provide some powerful, entertaining hits. 3 minutes on the clock. Both of our competitors ready. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Massive hit right out of the gate coming from Mothership. Mothership is in the pit. We're going to be kind enough to bring him right back out, whereas the Power of Friendship now has a fork hung up on the pit. Mothership's going to be nice enough to free them from that.
Stop doing that.
Power of Friendship going in for their turn into the pit. Still trying to get that good pin, but Mothership is just a little too unwieldy. Nothing but 2 big wheels and a giant weapon. It's hard to control that much energy flying around. Mothership's driver also showing that it's a little tricky to control that much energy. The gyroscopic forces of that weapon are so great that they're flipping and spinning like a top or a quarter, bouncing all around the arena. Mothership is slowing that weapon down to try to get a little more control both of their robot, and they go into the pit again. But they come straight out. Power of Friendship still trying to get that good angle and that good pin. But so far, 1 minute into this fight, it's anybody's game. Nice flight there for one half of the Power of Friendship. Looks like some wires have gotten loose too, while the other half ends up back in the pit. Mothership is still trying to get 2 wheels on the ground and start driving forward. Set. And a wheel has come off of Mothership. Unclear if it was the Power of Friendship or if they did it to themselves, but they were simply too powerful for that wheel. They're still showing you only need 1 wheel to drive. Mothership has now turned into a horizontal spinner as it just changes what axis it's working on, showing that all that energy can actually be useful once you start losing systems. Spinning like a top, straight into the pit. Mothership is now showing more control, setting up on their single wheel than they did with 2. Fantastic driving here. I don't know when he was able to practice all of this. "50 seconds left in this fight. It looks like only one of the Power of Friendship still has a drill bit, and it's not the one that's pinning Mothership to the wall. Mothership still being very dynamic, and the other Power of Friendship has lost his drill bit. Mothership is back in the pit again, but it looks like it's gone quiet. The guns of war have been silenced. Is he trying to save his energy to get the last 30 seconds here on the Heartbreak Hill of the clock? Or is this truly it? Has the Power of Friendship once again defeated aliens? 10 seconds left in the clock, but Mothership is still moving incredibly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's the end of the fight. Give a round of applause for everyone here. Your winner by thorough split judge deliberation is the Power of Friendship. Let's give a round of applause for all of these competitors. They will be back. And again, the judges were arguing with each other and threatening to sue each other over this fight result. We are now closing the doors on our next 3-pound fight. For the third time in a row, we're having a multi-bot coming into the arena, this time with scrambled eggs over in the green, the blue, the white, the yellow. There's a lot of colors going on there in scrambled eggs. I'm not really sure what best color to call them, but somebody who's got a little bit more of a sensible sense of fashion. Over in the red square is Meddlesome Swan. Look at him. He's got a swan beak. He's got swan feet. He's got swan coloration. I really appreciate it when robots are easy to call like that. Both of these competitors are ready. 3 minutes are on the clock. We're going to start counting down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Meddlesome Swan seems like he might be down a leg at the start, but he's still going to try to get across the arena. One half of Scrambled Eggs was going in and got a couple of hits before spontaneously dying. Now he's turning back on. Both these robots still trying to get their legs. It looks like there's some loose parts inside of Meddlesome Swan that are just floating around in there. He's stuck up against the wall and he has tapped out. Quick little fight, but Scrambled Eggs really wants to take a trip down into the pit. Despite winning, he still wanted to fly just to show us a little bit of that action. So, round of applause, audience, for your winner, Scrambled Eggs.
Telemetry lost? Did it lose telemetry? Awesome.
Another pair of multibots are now entering into the arena with Maxident. This is Maxident's first time at MassDestruction fighting robots. They're going to be using two twin vertical spinning robots with those cute little pink and purple weapons. For my tastes, they're going to be a little hard to tell apart and figure out which one is which, but they're going to do their best. Counterpunch coming in on the red square, looking remarkably similar, except it's one bot instead of two. He's got a giant purple body with a big blue blade, and much stiffer steel forks coming at the front instead of those squishy TPU ones seen on Maxident. All three of these robots trying to avoid the giant sun glare right in the middle of the arena, making our logo look good. 3 minutes on the clock. All of our competitors are ready. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! All three of these weapons spinning up to speed. Maxident trying to have some friendly fire right at the beginning. It looks like there's a lot of fork-on-fork action happening right at the start that's really keeping any good impact from happening. If Maxident had a little bit better coordination, one of them could try to get to the backside of Counterpuncher, but it looks like instead they're just jamming each other up and teeing each other up for a good hit from Counterpuncher. Fantastic two-wall and roof hit there from Counterpuncher, but he still goes into the pit with one half of Maxident. They both come out, but they're leaving lots of chips and wood all over the floor. Counterpuncher isn't going to let the pink half of Maxident get stuck on the wall for too long. He's also a little bit nervous about those forks trying to get stuck into a pit. Hit. Maxident coming right back out. Counterpuncher really trying to capitalize on that. He's got both of these competitors stacked against the wall, so this is really his fight to lose at this point. He's also scared about getting those forks stuck in the wall himself and watching a reversal of fate. The other half of Maxident keeps trying to stay in the fight. Counterpuncher keeps looking for that knockout hit. He wasn't going to take it there because that was going to be another one-way trip to the pit. He's now let the other half of Maxident in. Fantastic, perfect feed hit, tossing that half that had been stranded of Maxident right into the wall. The bullied black half of Maxident is looking a little worse for wear when trying to drive upside down off of the pit. Looks like they might be having some ground clearance issues. The pink half is having no such ground clearance issues as Counterpuncher keeps sending them across the arena with a one-way ticket to pain. 1 minute and 5 seconds left in this match. Counterpunch seems to be enjoying his drive around the arena. There's a giant hole in the top of Maxident, but that could just be the tape as they go and fly again. Maxident seems to have landed upside down with almost every single one of these hits, but still not quite enough to get knocked out. Both of these multibots weigh the same, so in order to win the match, you have to knock out a majority of the weight of the robots existing. And in this case, you have to get both the robots knocked out in order for it to count as a knockout win. Counterpuncher bowling back from what could have been a couple of good hits to try to get a good lineup. He's got a decent one now, but not enough momentum to really get that big drive. Maxident finally getting a good pin on Counterpunch. He spins down to keep from wasting battery. 8 seconds left in this fight. Let's see if we get one more good hit. It's a cheeky one with 3, 2, 1, and Counterpuncher ends up in the pit. Your winner by judge's decision is Counterpunch. Let's give a round of applause for all of our competitors here. This is a fun 3-minute engaging match. Looks like the center of gravity for Maxident might be a little high, which is what's causing them to keep landing on their heads. We'll see if they can improve and repair as the competition goes on. Now, the way our competition is formatted is all of our competitors have 3 seeding matches where they get to show their stuff. Try to do the best they can. They get lots of points for winning by a knockout, some points for winning by a judge's decision, and then a small handful of points for losing. All of this is going to go into a big magical spreadsheet that determines who's going to be going into our final tournament. We're going to see how many robots are still alive at the end of the competition, and then put them into a single elimination tournament for all the marbles. So, even if Maxident loses now, they have another 2 chances to really impress the judges and you, the audience.
logged into Terraria. Authentic.
We've finally got a little bit of single action going on here with these two 3-pound robots. Over in the red square, we've got Murphy's Law in neon yellow and black. And over here, closer to me, we have Chicane. He originally called his robot Pierogi, and I don't know why he changed it. I like the name Pierogi. Both these robots are ready to go. We got a lifter closer to us. 3 minutes on the clock. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. That big, scary, underslung blade of Murphy's Law just taking massive chunks off of Chicane right at the stop. Chicane is now upside down, not the direction he wants to be, but he's got a spatula on the front. He's still pegged into the wall. Murphy's Law is going to make sure he's stuck there and try to slowly eat away at all those wheels to see if he can't leave them high and dry on a set of cinder blocks. More giant parts are coming off the front of Chicane. Those look like his armor forks. So now he's going to be going up against that big scary steel weapon of Murphy's Law with nothing more than a little piece of plastic. And all that plastic is now starting to litter around the arena. Pieces of it going absolutely everywhere. We're going to need a massive sweep up after this fight. That weapon on Murphy's Law is still going strong, but he's got the speed lowered just a little bit for better control and to save battery life. Both these robots wrestling right next to the pit, trying to play a delicate game to see who can get who in. Chicane being the control bot, he would love to get Murphy's Law into the pit, but it does not look like it's happening. But all of a sudden, he's got one of the forks. Jammed up for a second there, but still not doing a whole lot of damage. And Chicane is in the pit. We're going to let him back out, but he is looking way worse for the wear. Lots of tears, lots of shreds. Murphy's Law just relentlessly coming back, taking Chicane apart, tiny piece by tiny piece. Unlike our last fight where we were seeing big, long lead-ups to massive hits throwing robots across the arena, Murphy's Law has been going for the death by 1,000 cuts. And when those blades spin 3,000 times a second, we can get those 1,000 cuts in no time at all. 1 minute, 10 seconds left in this match. Surprised both of these robots are still going as strongly as they are. Although it looks like something has happened to Murphy's Law's weapon. It's no longer running. Chicane has managed to break Murphy's Law's fist with his face. I love seeing those anodized bolts on top. Chicane is stuck up in the corner. We might have to start counting him out. Murphy's Law doesn't really want to play too much because his weapon's out. And that weapon is back, and so is Chicane with 30 seconds left. Murphy's Law didn't have to do that, but instead he did want to show off for you, the audience. To give us a final 30 seconds of carnage, throwing Chicane into the pit one more time. Murphy's Law trying to avoid that same fate. I think he's avoided the pit the entire match so far. And finally, with that just brutal strategy of putting Chicane against the wall and slowly but surely eating at the underside of his robot, with 3, 2, 1, that's the end of this fight. Give a round of applause for both of our competitors, but especially for your winner, Murphy's Law. Murphy's Law didn't have to take Chicane down off the wall, but he did for you, the audience. We're going to need a little bit of a break here while we do some sweepy and try to get all of those various pieces of Chicane back into a pile. Hopefully with enough hot glue and duct tape, he can get them added back to his robot. Entering the arena for the first time today, over on the judges' green square, all in black, we've got Stress Concentration. He'll be going up against, in the red square, Helicopter Bopta Chopter, a robot who is as confusing to look at as his name is to pronounce. Helico is a ring spinner, which is a first that we're seeing today.
Is he a shuffler? It looks like a shuffler.
I'm also unclear, but it looks like he might be using a non-wheeled locomotion, which is going to be very cool. Both of these competitors are ready. I'm going to put 3 minutes on the clock. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these robots spinning up to speed. That giant shell of Helico is showing a little bit of instability. He doesn't want to go too far too fast. Stress Concentration is showing a little bit of stress here. Helico is off his axis, but he's getting it back. Meanwhile, Stress Concentration is still having a hard time getting that traction he needs in order to drive around and do those big hits. Stress Concentration throwing Helico into the wall. Helico's down to clown, though, turning right back around. Parts are coming out of Helico, and they don't look like they're the best to have coming out of a robot. That weapon is down on Stress Concentration, which has to be very stressful for him. Helico is still using that entire mass of his robot in order to dish out some hits. Nothing huge or catastrophic here, but still enough to keep the tempo of the match up. It looks like Helico, using that all-seeing eye to indicate which direction his robot is driving. Unfortunately, he has not tightened all of his nuts on that, and it is now spinning around wildly, which means that the driver of Helico has no idea which direction is forward. Sometimes he's driving into the wall, sometimes he's driving into Stress Concentration, but he's going to figure it out. Tentative short little jumps here and there. Stress Concentration tries to keep his robot front towards enemy, but without a weapon, he's just going to be taking hits for the rest of the match. Stress Concentration still showing a little bit of driving difficulties here. Whereas Helico is slowly but surely learning which direction of his robot is forward. That nut at the top of Helico is getting closer and closer to coming off, at which point it will fall into the robot and careen across the arena. I'm really excited to see that. We've got another 50 seconds. I think that's going to be the high point of the match for me if it happens. So far, Helico completely dominating this match. As much driving difficulty as he has had figuring out which direction is front, he has not had any difficulty keeping that weapon up, but now Stress Concentration is just going to sit on him. Sitting is a valid control strategy, especially if your robot drives better in reverse than forwards. 20 seconds left. We're going to try to get one more last spin up here from Helico. Come on, this is for all the marbles with 12 seconds left. Good hit there. Puts Stress Concentration on his head, not a place he wants to be, especially after showing a lot of not powerful driving. And with 2 seconds left in this match, this one is going to the judges. And your winner by unanimous decision is Helico Bopta Chopter. Let's give a round of applause for our waddling, all-seeing eye, and hope that he can tighten his nuts a little bit better next time. Now entering into the arena. Over on the judges' side, returning to the arena is Jackalope. Jackalope is a longtime MassD competitor and also NHRL competitor, ref, judge. Gwyn does it all. They'll be going up against Cole. Cole's a new one to me. It is very big. I don't know how he managed to make the robot that big. Seems to be a lot of big, empty, hollow plastic, but he's got a giant hammer saw that he's going to use to try to cut through those top titanium armor pieces of Jackalope.
I think somebody's broken here.
Once again, having a little bit of technical difficulties as these competitors try to turn the robots on and then off again. Following that, we might get into some percussive maintenance, but if you can fix it by smacking it with a hammer, you can break it by smacking it with a hammer. There we go. Look at how fast Jackalope is. And those lifting arms are going to be a double trouble mechanism in order to try to get control over their competitor. 3 minutes on the clock. Double thumbs up. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these robots, nope, just Jackalope spinning up to speed, but they both end up in the pit. Let's see what happens from there. Sure enough to what I described earlier, if you can fix your robot by smacking it with a hammer, you can break it by smacking it with a hammer too. This hammer is our pit system, giving Jackalope a second shot here. That hammer saw of Cole is really looking for blood. Not a good start to the match here from Gwen. We're going to try to restart Jackalope one more time, and it actually worked that time. Let's see how long the drive stays working this time, although it looks like they've traded their weapon for their drive. Those flicky arms are still working, though. Cole is trying to line up for a good hit, but he's going to have to get through those very thick titanium top plates. We couldn't have two more different robots here, with one of them completely covered in metal on almost every single surface, and the other one pure plastic. And here comes the saw. It goes right into the arms, but doesn't get any penetration. I thought he was going to go for another hit, but we do have a time counter. Both these robots still in the pit. Jackalope has not had a great shot with the pit so far. Let's see if they've traded their weapon for their drive again. Either way, Cole is going to come in with that saw. The aggressive topping of Jackalope is not enough to make movement happen again. And it looks like Cole has knocked out Jackalope. So let's give a round of applause for your winner, Cole. two more robots entering the arena with First Law and Lightly Toasted. Lightly Toasted was kind enough to write his robot name on the top so I can actually read it and remember which one is which. Whereas First Law is somewhat confusing. First Law is a vertical spinner with those big forks. And Lightly Toasted is a horizontal undercutter. Both these robots have very big, long forks. Thumbs up from both of these competitors. 3 minutes on the clock. Audience is excited. Help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Lots of sparks coming there from the first hit. Although both of these competitors are very anxious to try out the pit, and it looks like Lightly Toasted didn't enjoy his free ride. We're going to give him a little bit of a restart, but seems like he maybe should have done a little bit more testing, taped up some of those competitors. And unfortunately, we're going to have to count him out, even if First Law wants to go for another ride in the pit. So your winner by surviving is First Law. It's okay, you don't have to clap for that one. You should, because it's polite. And again, both of these competitors will have another chance later in the day. They can take their robots apart, see what fell apart, see what worked, see what didn't, and then try again. Slowly but surely, these robots do get better as the day goes on, and they find more bugs to fix, more problems to solve, and more ways to engineer their systems in a lively fashion. But the turmoil and the grind of all these fights does wear down. Spare parts quickly run out, and they're having to make substitutions for less than reliable things. Only the strongest will survive here at MassDestruction. You have to plan not just for having one fight, but for up to 8. Two single vertical spinners are now entering into the arena. Over here on the green judges side, we've got Anubis, a Witch Doctor tribute robot. Big purple wheels and a twin disc. He'll be going up against Underdog. Underdog is a giant vertical spinner with that orange skin over in the red square. I love that glowing purple LED on Anubis, and I'm sure it would look a lot better if the sun was not glaring directly into the arena. Underdog showing a little bit of driving issues right here from the start, but they're both all thumbs up. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Both these giant vertical spinners up to speed. Anubis is having a hard time getting a line, but he manages to get one from the side. Underdog showing more drivability upside down and right side up. Anubis is going to keep him in the sky for as long as he possibly can. Underdog is now stuck against the wall. Anubis is freeing him, but just to get him stuck in a new way. Gentle little love tap there from Anubis. And we have a tap out from Underdog, which means your winner by dominating performance is Anubis.
Cricket Thresher. Derivative Turbo Fiend, Showtime Doug, Rickety Cricket Thresher.
Alright guys, transmit is on, robots on.
Hey, you swimming in tight, just double check, I'll screw you in tight. Okay, what are you supposed to say? It was funny.
Alright, all set, weapon locks.
Closing the door now on these two vertical spinners. Over in the red square, we've got a longtime competitor here with Seth Schaefer and his latest vertical spinner, Derivative. He's known for his particularly punny names with his vertical spinners, previously competing with Division. 2 wheels and a giant drum, that's all you need. He'll be going up against Turbo Fiend. Turbo Fiend's over here in red. All thumbs up all around, 3 minutes on the clock. Audience, please have me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these vertical spinners up to speed. Cheeky hit at the beginning. They weren't fully up to speed or meshing with each other. Derivative is having a little bit of control issues, similar to some of our previous drum spinners. Bouncing all around the arena while Turbo Fiend is playing a very methodical, slow game. Seems like that's paid off for Turbo Fiend because that weapon of Derivative has gone down. Turbo Fiend getting a nice double hit there, throwing Derivative right into the wall as he pops part of that side armor on those wheels away. Derivative is now stuck on the wall. Let's see if Turbo Fiend's going to free him just for our amusement and entertainment. He doesn't have to do it. And they do. Again, in these seeding matches, our competitors are going for style more than they are for just winning. Win, lose, or draw, they're still going to have at least another 2 fights after this. So they're incentivized to keep bringing them down off the walls and do as much damage as they can, both for your entertainment and ours. Derivative is pretty well unstuck now on the wall, and it looks like Turbo Fiend is done with their nonsense. They're going to try an interesting angle, but they really don't want to get those front forks stuck underneath those 2x4s. But they still manage it. Another cheeky pop there from Turbo Fiend. None of the big hits that we were seeing earlier. They've got that weapon spun up to speed. That's going to come at a control penalty. But that hasn't stopped them from stacking Derivative up against the wall. Not a whole lot of pit action in this fight. Derivative is looking for any angle, trying to stay away from that dangerous front end of Turbo Fiend, but it's not working out for them. Not really sure what happened there. Somehow Turbo Fiend popped over just in time to miss Derivative, but they pay them back doubly. Derivative decides to take a one-way trip to the pit. Absolutely dominating performance here coming from Turbo Fiend. Lots of juggling against the wall, domination and control. Derivative is having a very hard time. After that weapon went down right at the start, it's really been Turbo Fiend's game to win, but they're still showing us a masterclass in driving. The judges will be paying attention for seeding rounds later. Derivative is trying to run away, but can't run fast enough. With 10 seconds left, we got another quick stack in the corner. 2, 1. That's the end of the match. This is going to the judges for your winner, Turbo Fiend.
Sorry, Seth. I had to get revenge for the makeup face.
I think you just crushed the magnet ring in like the first hit.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, like the second or so hit, I think, was the death knell.
Stayed on. That's the improvement. Right now, it's nice close. I know, take them out. You can lose some plastites. Ready? Transmitters on and turn on the robots? It really is so funny that a generic two-wheel drive bird is two independent robots. Alright. Are you both ready? Weapon lock snap? Yeah, it's like generic form factor. It's just a fully
Two more robots entering into the arena. Over on the judges' side in green and black, we have Showtime. He'll be going up against the nice, dirty brown rust color of Doug. Doug looks really familiar. I think we've had him here as a competitor under a different robot name. But now instead of featuring a hammer saw, he's got these two different sized weapons. Why have one when you can have two? 3 minutes on the clock. Doug is trying to figure out how to get in his starting position. All right, all these robots are ready to go. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. 3 weapons are spun up to speed. Let's see if those smaller weapons of Doug can hang up to Showtime. Lots of sparks, and it looks like that first one of those weapons has been knocked out of Doug. He's still got another one that he can use to dig himself out of this hole. Showtime's not going to let him, getting him pinned against the wall with the fork stuck in there and eating away at that back armor. Showtime showing a lot of very good control here, utilizing his 4 wheels against Doug's 2. He can spin in place a lot better, and he can turn with his gyro a lot better as well. Doug keeps going into the air, and we have a tap out. Your winner by a very dominating performance in the first 40 seconds is Showtime. We're loading in our final 2 robots for the 3-pound competition, and anybody who can see through the glass is going to be privy to the strangest robot that we have had all competition. We're trying to track down his opponent right now, but now entering the arena is Rickety Cricket. The acute members of our audience are going to notice that Rickety Cricket does not have any wheels. And for all of his valiant efforts, we're actually going to give him a weight bonus. So Rickety Cricket gets to weigh 4.5 pounds. Rickety Cricket actually uses a gyroscopic precision walking mechanism in order to move around the arena. On one hand, this does mean that his weapon is tied to his movement. There's no independent systems there, so if one fails, the whole robot fails. But on the other hand, his weapon weighs as much as some robots do. He'll be going up against Thresher, who's now entering the arena. Thresher's got 4 big wheels to compensate for Rickety Cricket's lack of any, and a tiny little weapon to compensate for Rickety Cricket's massive one. Looks like Thresher is having some amount of radio issues. He's delicately listening into whatever feedback he can get from his robot. You may notice that some of our competitors, when they put their robots in, they've been inserting these Allen keys and screwdrivers into their robots. That's because instead of having a big light switch on the outside of your robot that you can turn your robot on and off with, and your competitor could turn your robot on and off with, we've got power switches buried deep inside of these robots that are turned on and off via these Allen keys or these screwdrivers. Thresher's still having some amount of radio issues. He's going to give it one more power cycle. Pants.
Yeah, that really puts us in a rough spot.
Can we bring them back during pants?
Yeah, that's probably the way to go. If he works, he just kind of puts sucky spot. Yeah, if this doesn't work, we'll do that. We'll try and push.
Yeah. It looks like the weapon safeties have come off, and Thresher is driving. He's having a little bit of difficulty pointing which direction he wants to drive. We didn't get a good demonstration of Rickety Cricket walking over to his arena, as Luke Quinn has just thrown it across the arena. But I'm sure he'll give us quite the show as soon as the fight actually starts. Thumbs up there, thumbs up all around. 3 minutes on the clock. This is going to be our last Speedweight fight before we go to a Antweight class. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! That big scary weapon of Rickety Cricket is up to speed. He's going to start driving around the arena. Thresher's trying to figure out which way is front, whereas Rickety Cricket slowly works his way over to him. Thresher ending up in the pit. Those giant wheels are good for one thing. Rickety Cricket slowly but surely processing his way across the arena. It's like watching a train wreck in slow motion, but that big blade wants to hit, and he finally got a hit. A little more cheeky than we might have liked. I would have liked to see more blood. Rickety Cricket goes into the pit and takes a decent chunk of our floor with him. He pivots out of the arena. He's trying to get his bearings. He's now not on his original legs as he's trying to figure out which way is up with 2 minutes left in this fight. Missing out from the sweet, dulcet hum of Thresher as Rickety Cricket now fights the floor. Rickety Cricket learning that the fastest way to move across the arena is with his weapon rather than with his legs. Large chunks are coming off of Thresher, which seems like it's jammed up his drive. Both these competitors having a hard time moving, but only one of them started having a hard time moving. Wonderful gyroscopic acrobatics coming here from Rickety Cricket as he goes back into the pit and bounces right back out. But that's the end of your fight with your winner by knockout, Rickety Cricket.
We're going into Plastic Ants, General, Midas, and Mediator Mark II.
Is this a Rinsler commission?
Illegal burrito.
This is a Rinsler commission. Yeah, oh yeah.
General Midas.
Get to make the way live. Sorry about your floor.
Illegal burrito, General Soggy Waffle.
If I get next to my opponent,
Oh, it's on. I was just seeing how this was, but it's all backed up. That one less than ideal. Oh, I was wondering what the big chunk of stuff is on fire. Oh, there it is. Found it. All right, well.
One of y'all want to give this a wipe down on the screen? Or do you want me to do it while y'all are sweeping?
We'll get multiple people. We have multiple wipes. Yeah, don't slice your hands open. Did you already get this corner, Brandon? Which corner? This one? Not really. No. It's weird. They get marks in between the two panels.
There's like some weird electrostatic nonsense going on that I don't understand.
Sick. Alright, good enough. Alright. Need more, friend?
Yeah, real quick.
I did the bit I could reach.
With that quick little cleaning break out of the way, we're going to move to our second weight class of the day, the plastic ant weight class. Whereas the last round of robots that we saw were 3 pounds of steel, anger, fury, and occasionally good driving, these robots are required to have an all-plastic exterior. On one hand, this makes them a lot cheaper and easier to make, but on the other, it means that they're a lot easier to come apart too. This is meant to be one of our entry-weight, easiest classes, as all it really takes is a 3D printer and a hot glue gun in order to get into it. This first match is going to be pitting Jekyll over there in purple and yellow, who is dedicated to breakdancing at the start. He's going to be going up against the yellow and red Midas, who's got a magical touch. Both of these robots are ready to go. I'm going to set 2 minutes on the clock this time. If I can figure out how to do that. As these robots are so much smaller, we're only going to be doing 2-minute matches instead of the full 3. All of our competitors are ready. Audience, hey, audience, I have a special request, especially for the gentleman right there in the green Minecraft hoodie. I need everybody to take 1 step back and avoid touching the glass. Even if these robots are tiny, they are still powerful, and we want you to be safe and enjoy this. So, With that out of the way, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these ant weights are getting those weapons up to speed. Huge hit right at the start, throwing them both into opposite corners. Seemed like Midas dominated that hit, doing the horizontal impacts rather than getting thrown into the ceiling with a vertical drum. Midas showing a lot of very good control with big sweeping movements going across the arena. Those forks are big enough to keep his weapon off the wall too. Great hit there from Midas. I don't know how he managed that on Jekyll, throwing him right into the pit. Both these robots are now on the somewhat sticky surface of our pit, which is a penalty unto itself. Jekyll has now rocket jumped his way across the arena. He's not going to get extra points for that, but it is fun to see. Midas also is showing some fun weapon work as Locomotion. Lots of cheeky back and forth hits and not a whole lot of exploded plastic, but we get a nice hit there. Midas has gotten too close to the sun, a fork stuck in the wall, and Jekyll pulls a wheel off of him for his troubles. And with that, Jekyll's got the second wheel, which means unless Midas can go a new one from scratch, this fight is going to Mr. Jekyll. Let's give a round of applause for both of our plastic ants. And your winner, Jekyll.
Pizza-shaped pizza. Gorgonzola cheese and dates.
The same structure and rules apply to this second weight class. These competitors will all have a minimum of 3 fights which they get to show their stuff. The most winning get a high seed position, while the most losing are going to be at the bottom of the bracket going up against the winners. And that final tournament, which will start around 3 or 4 p.m., is going to be for all the marbles. Returning to the arena in red and camouflaging himself against the red square, it's Seth Schaefer. But instead of a derivative, he's going for simple addition with this tiny little giant drum plastic ant weight. He's going to be going up against Mini Adder Mark II. Mini Adder's been a longtime competitor here at MassDestruction in the plastic ant weight competition. And we're happy to see his return.
What are you looking at? Yep.
Doors are locked for these 2 1-pound ant weights. I think Seth is putting his camera on. If you ever wanted to buy robot parts, Seth actually has a wonderful collection of them to get into the hobby at Just Cause Robotics. 2 thumbs up, 2 robots in the box, 2 minutes on the clock. Audience, help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Both these huge drums spinning up to speed. Addition gets a couple of cheeky hits on the side of Black Adder, ripping those forks right off. Plastics flying all over the arena. Mini Adder is upside down, not a place he wants to be. Addition comes in to take away some of his backplate, but loses part of his fork in the beginning. Nice weapon-to-weapon hit there. That seems to have really upset Mini Adder. He can't even get any drive moving anymore, as he is stuck upside down 30 seconds in, and that's a tap out. So, your winner by tap out is Addition. He's doing a little dance for us right now. Let's see if he doesn't regret that. Now entering the arena is the Illegal Dorito and the Never Eat Soggy Waffles.
I'm gonna do that February 17th.
That's one.
That's a Tuesday. And I'll probably just work from home that day.
I was wondering if you could try something. So this one looks okay. This one is it's like auto and it doesn't come up a little. You want to keep it auto or do you need
Illegal Dorito showing out some good driving to head straight to his square. He's going to be the Pink Dorito. He'll be going up against Never Eat Soggy Waffles, who's an undercutter. Thumbs up on both of these competitors. 2 minutes on the clock. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots! Fight! Fight! Oh, wait. Hold on just a second. We've got some technical difficulties, but it looks like we've resolved them. Audience, please help me count down one more time from 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these horizontal spinners are up to speed. Illegal Dorito getting a good hit from the back, and another one on the side, but parts of him are starting to come off. Never Eat Soggy Waffles is trying to avoid the pit, but Dorito's going to force him in there if he can. And he does, but Soggy Waffles pops right back out. And for his efforts, Dorito has ended up into the pit. Dorito showing he's got a little bit of traction and stability issues. He's also upside down. Soggy Waffles' weapon has been disabled somehow. Unclear if it was the trip to the pit or something else has gone on for him. Soggy Waffles back in the pit. Soggy Waffles is now stuck, but not driving as well upside down as he might like. Illegal Dorito really being a powerhouse of a ring spinner here. A lot of good nuance for that robot, especially on a type that's particularly hard to control. 1 minute into this fight, it looks like part of Illegal Dorito has gotten embedded in Soggy Waffles. So far, Soggy Waffles being a little queasy on his feet here. Stuck on the edge. Dorito tries to get him in, but goes in himself. Illegal Dorito now showing off some fantastic gyroscopic dancing. He's finally right side up, which is where he wants to be. If Illegal Dorito isn't careful, more and more chunks of that ring can come off, especially if he keeps going into the pit. That hasn't slowed any of his motors down, and he is going to keep trying before flipping himself upside down somehow. Showing a lot more mobility than Never Eat Soggy Waffles. Both these competitors getting somewhat stuck around the pit, but with 5 seconds left, this fight is going to the judges. And that's the end of this fight. Let's give a round of applause for both of our competitors, but for your winner, Illegal Dorito. Interesting.
Hey guys. Guys in the piano.
Looks like we're waiting for our second 1-pound robot here. For what should be Synthwave versus Icarus.
What would Jimmy Buffett do? Yeah.
One of our competitors here doing some last-minute maintenance to his robot. For those of our competitors who are not big fans of those magical screwed-in power switches buried deep within their robot, they can use something called a removable link. It's as simple as an electrical connector that powers on the entire robot. The only challenge is, if it's an easy thing to plug in, it's an easy thing to become unplugged. And more than one robot has lost catastrophically due to their removable link getting removed. Once again, our competitors have been kind enough to write the robot names on. So over here in the green square, we have Icarus. Icarus is going to be going up against Synthwave. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Massive hit right at the start coming from Icarus onto Synthwave. And while Icarus dominated that hit, it looks like it's knocked Icarus out. Both these robots are now stuck together. Synthwave is hung up on the top, trying to use that weapon to get over, and even though chunks of him got ripped off, he's showing a lot more movement and drivability. We're actually going to pause this match for just a second and hit both of these robots with a broom. And they're free. Icarus figured out whatever was going wrong with his robot. He probably turned it off and then back on again. Synthwave is upside down, not a place that he wants to be as he gets closer and closer to the pit, just in time for Icarus to push him the rest of the way in. That weapon on Synthwave is back, but Icarus is showing no sign of returning, just a lot of control, which he uses to his advantage, taking one of the wheels off of Synthwave, and they both end up in the pit. Icarus now with 2 wheels and no weapon. Synthwave with 1 wheel and a weapon. With 1 minute remaining in this fight, Icarus ends up back in the pit, showing a lot of stability coming back out. Icarus is trying to shove Synthwave back into the pit, but that won't work as long as the floor is up. And another wheel has come off of what looks like Synthwave. Synthwave has run out of wheels and has tapped out, so your winner by wheelification is Icarus.
No, we got 3 more in this weight class before we go to another one. Maybe. We don't have flamethrowers, but sometimes people puncture through the top plates, and they'll start a fire that way.
Now entering into the arena, we've got Orca and Fury. Fury is going to be the red and black robot over in the red square, whereas Orca is the white and black robot over in the green square. 2 vertical spinners and a mighty amount of plastic. Fury is also nice enough to write his robot name on the back of his robot so I can figure out which one is which. Thumbs up all around. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Both these vertical spinners are up to speed. Going in for that first initial hit, it looks like nobody's really having a tip speed advantage over the other. And with no forks, nobody's getting under the other one. Corner shot there from Orca onto Fury. Orca not spinning particularly fast. Fury has a self-righting arm, but it looks like it doesn't have quite enough torque to get him flipped over the right way. Orca goes in for a cheeky little hit, throwing them both into the pit, and Fury has gotten stuck in a very awkward way. We're going to reset the pit one more time. There we go. Everybody freed up, pointing the right direction, although Orca has lost their weapon in the meantime. Fury getting furiously thrown across the arena. Orca's weapon is back. Trying to build up for a good hit. Coming around the front, gets Fury flipped over the right way around. Both these robots hunting for a good angle on each other. That drum on Orca's gone down again, but it comes back up just as soon as I spoke. Fury once again spending most of this match upside down. Not a place he wants to be, but Orca's going to keep trying to help him come right back over. And he does it! Yay! First big meaty hit coming from Orca onto Fury. Neither of these robots showing a whole lot of damage so far. They have slowed down somewhat. Fury's now got Orca stuck in the wall. He's having a hard time getting out. But he's going to be nice enough to actually free Orca. Orca showing some stability issues upside down, but that's a feature and it allows him to get back over. But with 5 seconds left, this fight is going to the judges. Let's give a round of applause for both of our competitors here, but especially for your winner by judges' decision, Orca. Familiar fans of Rickety Cricketer are seeing an all too familiar sight with Hobbles now entering into the red square with a Unit 1 purple and green paint job. He's going to be using the gyroscopic precession of that weapon in order to waddle around the arena. He'll be going up against a more conventional robot with Spillway, which is a vertical drum spinner. 2 minutes on the clock. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these robots spinning up to speed. Hobbles managing to step over Spillway. Spillway going in to try to make him pay for those hits early on, ripping little bits of leg off. But still, with that mass bonus, Hobbles is going to be a hard Titan to topple. Both these robots going weapon to weapon. Spillway manages to get Hobbles upside down and throws him across the arena. Hobbles takes a huge chunk out of our wall. I was surprised that Plastic could even do that to a 2x4. Dominating level of control coming here from Spillway as he gets Hobble into the corner. Not a position he wants to be. These gyro walkers can get very limited with what direction they want to go. Spillway getting thrown across the arena, almost into the pit, but not quite. Looking a little worse for wear, but still getting those good angles, trying to go weapon to weapon with Hobbles to really show off that dominating reliability. Spillways is now hitting his own armor chunks that have flown off, showing that he really doesn't need them. An incredible amount of control coming here from Spillways, but an entertaining amount of lack of control coming from Hobbles. Spillways going in for a dangerous hit, getting completely underneath that weapon, and he pays for it as Hobbles has now knocked Spillways' weapon out of commission with only 20 seconds left. That was his primary offensive capability. Hobbles now demonstrating some very nice bunny hopping, pivoting his way across the arena and jumping side to side. Spillways no longer going for those straight-on hits, but with 5 seconds left, this match is going to go to the judges. Let's give a round of applause for both of our competitors here. And your winner, by showing an incredible amount of control, is Spillways. Let's give a round of applause for both them and Hobbles, though, for a very entertaining 1 pound ant weight fight.
Great fight, everybody. We're going to put one more plastic that's giving MetaMoon and Belladonna. Once that is completed, we're going to Anubis Pole, Underdog, Derivative. MetaMoon, Belladonna, Anubis Pole, Underdog, Derivative.
For our final plastic ant weight fight for this round of fights. Over in another green and purple paint job, we're going to have Belladonna. Belladonna is a droopy type robot featuring big wheels and an undercutter. She'll be going up against the more conventional 4-wheel drive vertical drum of MetaMoon. Both of these robots doing cute little test twitches. Belladonna, yeah. We got a thumbs up. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Both these robots getting up to speed. MetaMoon going clean across the arena, getting positioned between Belladonna and the pit. Not necessarily a place she wants to be, but fortune favors the bold. Belladonna moving into the middle of the arena, dominating position, gets MetaMoon into a corner, but MetaMoon finds a way out nonetheless. Nice little can opener action there from Belladonna, peeling off that side armor of MetaMoon. And the vertical drum of MetaMoon finally shows us a first big chunk, taking off one of the stabilizing legs of Belladonna. Belladonna's going to have a hard time keeping the robot right way around without that weapon on. Both these competitors still struggling to get a good hit, but it looks like that last one from MetaMoon has ripped the weapon of Belladonna clean apart. Now, if Belladonna wants to do something very funny, she'll spin her weapon up to full speed, which will cause it to explode. That unstable weapon of Belladonna is starting to cause a lot of bounce. MetaMoon is taking the best advantage of that and using it to control and then rip the rest of the weapon of Belladonna off. Neither of these competitors are giving up though, even though they're flopping their plastic all over the place. And one of the wheels has come off of Belladonna, which is causing her to tap out. Your winner by tap out is MetaMoon. And that is going to be the last one of our plastic ant weight fights as we move back to the 3-pound class. Let's give one more round of applause for all of our plastic ant weights here. They've done such a great job today.
After the next one, yeah. All right, we are now closing the doors on Anubis versus Underdog. In our last round, Anubis versus Cole, sorry.
Anubis was showing a dominating performance in their last match, really putting on a show for all of our competitors. And Cole also doing a dominating performance as he's mostly plastic. 3 minutes on the clock. This should be a very good match. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! That wicked loud pressure of Anubis going clean across the arena, making good contact against Cole. Nice meaty hit there coming from Anubis. Really putting a lot of punishment on Cole. Cole having a hard time getting that weapon up to speed. It looks like parts are already coming off of him. They could be the parts that are running the weapon, and half of Cole's armor has now come off. Anubis going across the arena so fast I can barely keep up with him. But he ends up in the pit. Cole uses his chance to spin up their weapon to speed. But without that arm action, there's not a whole lot he can do. He's now upside down. He's put these robots are piled together on top of the pit. We're going to retract that real quick. Anubis finding a little bit of a harder time trying to completely eviscerate Cole, even though Cole is sitting in a lot of pieces. Good meaty hit, putting Cole into the wall and then into the middle of the arena as he tries to get that other half of the armor off. Anubis showing a lot of great technique driving through Cole and putting him into the pit before ending up there himself. Both these robots quick on the return though. It looks like that arm on Cole has come back, but the other half of the armor is gone, and they managed to disconnect the light too. We're going to be solar powered for the rest of this match as Anubis has actually successfully defeated the arena lights. Anubis likes living in the darkness though with those pretty purple LEDs. He's really going to make them shine while throwing Cole up against the wall one more time. Cole's drive starting to look shaky as we go into the final third of this match. Anubis showing he's got a lot more power where it came from, but a little bit of oversteer there got him stuck into the wall for a frightening number of seconds. Another great hit there coming from Anubis onto Cole, bouncing him off of both corners. That drive on Cole is barely holding it together, just stuck on one side, but still not quite knocked out yet. Anubis missing a lot more, and that is a tap out. Your winner by dominating performance is Anubis.
Got my fort.
Hey, Resurgence, can I get a report on the theory, right? Is going to be
Hey everybody, we are going into our next fight with Counterpunch and Doug. Alright, we have thumbs up from everybody.
That's okay. We don't need to see wherever we're going.
Thanks everybody for Bree stepping in for just a second. 3 minutes on the clock. Please have me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Those twin weapons of Doug are getting up to speed right before he goes into the pit. Somersaults, tries to get to the backside of Counterpuncher. Counterpuncher's extra long forks, really showing a lot of control against those extra short weapons. Counterpuncher's turn to end up in the pit. He's showing a little bit of queasiness when it comes to trying to get his way out. Looks like he can back out. Weird hit there as Doug flips over the front of Counterpuncher without a whole lot of contact. Contact happening there. Robots not flying, but they are putting a giant hole in our floor. Doug managing to dig down underneath the Counterpuncher, getting them both right on the edge of the pit. We're going to flip him out again. Counterpuncher sitting still and letting Doug just ride straight up those extra long, extra sharp forks. And it looks like smoke is coming out of the robot. It almost looked like we were about to have a battery fire. All right, we're actually going to end this fight because a suspicious amount of smoke has come out of Doug. Your winner by knocking the LiPo out is Counterpuncher.
Jono! Yep.
We're going to have a little bit of a fire drill here. Put the robot into the LiPo bucket of shame. So, just to give a little bit more of a description of what just happened, all of these very powerful 3-pound robots need to have the most powerful batteries available to us, and these are lithium polymer pouch cells. Now, they're a great, very mass-efficient way in order to hold a lot of electrical energy in a very small space, but that comes with a critical downside, and that's through the usage of lithium metal. Lithium is a very cool metal, but the coolest part about lithium is it catches fire whenever it touches oxygen. So, what we have is a little balloon that's just chock full of all of this lithium metal, and if any of the sharp weapons of any of these robots puncture the balloon, oxygen goes into it, reacts with the lithium, and sets it into a giant ball of fire. And while a giant ball of fire is a fun thing to watch, what we've noticed is it generates a lot of smoke too. So, while we would all love to see a giant fire here, the smoke sticks around for a couple of minutes, or up to 10, and we really want to keep the fights going more than we want to just sit there and watch a giant fire for 2 to 3 seconds. So, in the prudence of safety, we ended that last fight early, and we've taken...
Who was that robot anyways?
We've taken Doug out. Outside where he can catch fire a little bit better and a little bit more safer. We're really interested in keeping these fights going, and we don't really have a lot of smoke accumulation right now, so we should be good to start fights again very shortly.
We appreciate you.
Returning to the arena are the horizontal undercutter in pink and black of Deathcap. Deathcap's going to be going up against Turbo Fiend in red and gold. Turbo Fiend showing an absolutely dominating performance during their last match. No big hits or knockouts, but a slow, methodical demolition of their enemy. Both these robots have very big, long forks that they're going to use to try to leverage for position. Not usually something conventionally seen on undercutters. Thumbs up there. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Turbo Fiend getting a good spin up. Deathcap seems to have forgotten about their weapon. Turbo Fiend almost goes into the pit, but manages to pull it back out at the last minute. Deathcap really missing that weapon there. And Turbo Fiend is not going to let them spin it back up. Getting him pinned against the wall with a couple of tossers. Lots of good sparks coming from Titanium, and that weapon has finally come online. Let's see if it's too little too late, as they're now upside down. We should get a nice big meaty hit here if we manage to get weapon to weapon, but Turbo Fiend is really focused on trying to get the softer parts of Deathcap, and we have a tap out from Deathcap. Your winner by another dominating methodical performance is Turbo Fiend. Returning to the arena, we have Mako and Stress Concentration. Mako, the Magical Saw Multibot, was highly effective in their last match, using the red blocker bot to jam up their opponents while the yellow cutter went in through the top plates, disabling lots of sensitive electronics. Stress Concentration, struggling a little bit here and there to figure out how to get a good hit or how to drive in a straight line, but still lasting the full 3 minutes. Let's see how well they do against the powerful control of Mako. Closing the door on these 3 robots. Believe it or not, Stress Concentration weighs just as much as both robots of Mako combined. It's all a choice in how people use their weight. Some people use it on multiple robots, and some will use it just for one big, powerful knockout punch. Mako's been... That's complicated. I don't want to explain it. Looks like Mako is ready to go, giving us a nice little test bop. Thumbs up all around. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! That weapon of stress concentration is fully up to speed, making a nice little hum. Mako's not going to spin up their saw until they've got a really nice angle to try to get through that ooey gooey top plate. Cheeky little hit there coming from the hammer saw, while the control element of Mako takes stress concentration over to the pit. Stress concentration now upside down again and again. This is exactly where Mako wants to be, but they don't have the perfect angle. They're going to play it a little bit patiently in the first minute of this fight. Stress concentration still stuck upside down, having a hard time moving around. Mako's deciding to get a little more assertive with that saw action, but still, he doesn't want to put it straight into the weapon of stress concentration. The control bot of Mako is still doing a great job of putting stress concentration into the pit. Whereas the saw hop is still waiting for that good angle, and he has it coming in through the top. Lots of black goop going everywhere, and a huge cut across the bottom. And it looks like that was the perfect cut for him to completely silence stress concentration. And that's a knockout. Mako was waiting for that one perfect cut, and he got it finally at the end, knocking out stress concentration in a single hit.
Oh my god. Tell him.
Brandon, break 132.
Probably 115.
Yeah, probably 115 to 145.
All right, we have another first round. So we're going to go Scrambled Eggs Prince, Mothership Murder's Law, Meddlesome Swan, Power of Friendship. Scrambled Eggs Prince, Mothership Murder's Law, Meddlesome Swan, Power of Friendship.
We're both scrambled eggs. Oh. Too many guys just on the chair. Alright, you guys can come in here. Chill. Well, I have not tested my weapon since our last fight, so. Alright, transmitted on robots on. Okay.
Returning to the arena. Over in purple and gold, we've got the vertical spinner of Prince. Prince has ditched their crenulated armor to try to prevent top attack robots from getting through their sensitive top plates. He'll be going up against Scrambled Eggs, an oddly mismatched pair of slightly underweight 3-pounders. This unlikely pair with Scrambled Eggs are going to do their best to try to knock Prince out, but it is going to require a decent amount of control. The green one of Scrambled Eggs showing he's got a whole lot of power there. Thumbs up. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! All three of these robots getting up to speed. Nobody getting a good hit off the bash. Scrambled Eggs keeps bouncing around the pit, not going in. Prince ends up on their back and taking a one-way ride into the wall. All of these robots just skipping right over the pit before ending up in there and just sending wood shards everywhere. Finally, a nice, good, chunky hit from Prince onto the green robot of Scrambled Eggs. With parts of him getting scattered across the arena, showing some amount of stability issues for the rest of the match. Prince has begun his campaign of pain, getting the green robot multiple times into the wall, juggled up against that big blade. Green robot being a little queasy after that, trying to find his footing and bearings. Although the backside of Prince is perfectly set up, he's going to come around to the front and take a huge weapon hit going right into the ceiling, ending up in the pit just for his purchase. Orange robot of Scrambled Eggs is having a fun time getting stuck into the wall. So one half of Eggs is taking on Prince at a time. It might seem unfair, but Prince is having a great time juggling both these robots. Finally, a good cheeky hit from the green robot on the backside of Prince. Prince's fork's starting to get jammed up, and it looks like that deadly weapon went down for just a second. Powerful ballistic arc going there, coming from Prince to the orange robot, straight into the corner. Something strange has happened in the pit. There's simply too many robots for my eyes to keep track of, but the green one is getting juggled up against the wall again. And again. The green robot on Scrambled Eggs keeps getting licked, but he keeps on sticking it. With all of these robots a little queasier on their wheels, but nobody's showing any signs of slowing down yet as we go into the final minute. Prince ends up in the pit, but comes right back out, and it looks like he's vivisected some very important wiring from the green robot. We're going to keep this fight going for the final 30 seconds, but it looks like with the orange robot upside down, there's not a whole lot left for Prince to do. There's a lot of wires on the floor of the arena that aren't supposed to be there. And that's the end of this fight. Your winner by vivisection is Prince.
That was a good one.
Two more familiar faces are coming back to the arena. This was a postponed fight from earlier. We've got a multi-bot with the two black and pink Maxident vertical spinners. They'll be going up against the somewhat unstable and very stressful Rickety Cricket. Rickety Cricket wasn't doing a whole lot of damage during the last fight except to our arena, but we still kept him under control. For those unfamiliar, Rickety Cricket does not have wheels. He instead relies off of gyroscopic precession, which is a fancy way of saying that weird thing that happens with yo-yos and bicycle wheels. He's going to leverage that in order to pick up his robot and walk on those tire tread legs that he's got at 3 different points in the robot. Maxident is a little bit more of a conventional robot with 2 wheels and 1 weapon, but with 2 robots, they're going to have to utilize teamwork and strategy during this fight to try to get around to the backside of Rickety Cricket and take their hits wherever they can. That weapon is going to mean sure doom for them. Thumbs up, audience. Please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! That large silent weapon of Rickety Cricket is up to speed. One half of Maxident is trying to go in and move him around. Chunky hit, getting one half of Maxident a little worse for wear. It looks like one of them is stacking the other against Rickety Cricket to try to serve as a curb or as ballast. Rickety Cricket slowly but surely trying to attack the arena and destroy as much of my paint job as he can. Rickety Cricket's stuck in a corner, not a great place for him to be. He was right side up for just a second before going right again on a one-way ticket into the wall. Rickety Cricket ending up in the pit. Weapon down, not a place that he wanted to be. He's taking little baby steps at this point. Slowly but surely moving towards half of Maxident, but both of them are doing a pretty good job of keeping away from the front dangerous end. It looks like they've figured out a strategy. They know that their weapons aren't going to hurt him all that much, but if they can get up behind him and prop him up, they might be able to make him take a one-way ride into the walls. Both halves of Maxident looking a little more scared than the confidence that we were seeing earlier, as Rickety Cricket is demonstrating more mobility than both of them combined. Teamwork is helping them get unstuck, but a quick drive over to the pit is going to be a problem. That strategy has not worked out great for them, but now the robots are locked together with a dangerous weapon right above their head. Nice big thud on their ventilation grit as Rickety Cricket goes back into his trademark instability. One half of Maxident stuck into the wall. Rickety Cricket still trying to figure out which legs he's using as we've got 1 minute left in this fight. He's continuing to throw sawdust everywhere. Rickety Cricket showing that he really has too much weapon and not enough robot, as all he does is chase that weapon around the arena. And into the pit they go. We're going to give them another cycle. Hopefully they don't get blended while they're down there. Weird reversal coming from Maxident. And the hammer is coming down onto Maxident, but she manages to get away right at the last minute pit. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's the end of the fight. Give a round of applause for all of our competitors.
Can you bring those guys back over here, or are they less happy?
They're not super happy.
Okay, I can get them with the stick.
Okay.
Oh, my heart rate is like 100.
We've got another very controversial judge's decision here. It took a lot of debate, but your winner by split decision is Maxident. Luke, I still love you. Ultimately, while Rickety Cricket did dish out an incredible amount of damage, most of that was focused on the arena, and you don't get points for fighting the arena.
How much wood do you have now from just old arena floors?
We have another one or two in the basement here. And we have maybe one more in our garage. And then we have probably about 15 unusual lumpers.
Why?
Dude, don't ask me.
I'm asking you.
It's a problem.
What?
It's a problem. We need to get rid of some of those.
You can find someone whose property you get a large fire on. One robot. It all right.
Brandon's got a fire pit, but then we gotta torque it all.
The arena Underlock Riveted, followed by Showtime Phantom 4, Mothership Murphy's Law.
Gonna take just a quick little break here as we're waiting for some robots to figure out if they're ready or not. We should be having Underdog versus Derivative. I don't think they can figure out if they're ready, even though they just told us they're ready. Now they're running around. The best part about this job is watching robots, but the worst part about this job is having to deal with the people with the robots. We love them, but they're always just putting the top plate on. Between fights, our competitors do have to charge up their batteries. They're not good enough to last the entire day. If they've optimized them correctly, they're only good enough for 3 minutes and 1 second. So pulling the batteries out and giving them a charge is going to have to happen between every fight. Unwiser and more inexperienced competitors may make those batteries very easy to access. And while that's easy for serviceability, it's easy for their opponents to accidentally service them in the arena. Still, a lot of bolts have to be unscrewed, a lot of plates have to be removed, tape removed, and a whole pain of an operation in order to get those batteries out just to charge them. Then, if there's any repair work, that can also start to build up. And the excuse we keep hearing is, I'm just putting the top back on. But these orange and black robots looking ready to go. One of them with a drum, one of them with a disc. Thumbs up. Audience, help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! These two vertical spinners coming up to speed. Derivative still being a little bouncy. He needs a little more ground clearance than he has. But a massive hit right off the start, throwing both of these robots into the opposite sides. Derivative once again showing that weapon as a glass cannon, turning off after his first hit. Underdog still has that weapon spinning up to speed. His drive is not looking great, a little lopsided, and Derivative is able to get him into the pit. Underdog getting caught on the pit himself. He's got a full reverse direction that he can go, but we're going to help him out. He does another good little flip coming out of the arena. And Derivative is going to help him get out of there. Underdog showing some driving difficulties. Derivative is not as hung up on that, but now they're both hung up on the wall. Looks like this is going to be one of those one-hit wonder fights, and what a good, wonderful first hit it was, but now it's just sitting and aiming and trying to get a good angle. Derivative takes Underdog all the way to the other side. Underdog still trying to get turned around and put the pointy bit towards Derivative. Derivative is still mashing and tackling as best as he can. It looks like whatever wheel Underdog had that worked has given up the ghost, though. This might be time to start counting him out. I'm not seeing a whole lot of movement coming from Underdog. And a little too much movement coming from Derivative. All right, we're going to count him down. And that's the end of this fight. Your winner by knockout, even though he doesn't have a weapon, is Derivative. Underdog probably wishing that he was the gyro walker, as his weapon was running the entire fight, but without any wheels you can't move, and if you can't move you can't necessarily win. More purple and green robots are back in the arena. But now instead of using those same colors on one robot, we've got a purple robot and a green robot. Showtime in the green square is a vertical spinner with big steel forks and 4 wheels, very conventional design. We'll be going up against the overhead spinner of Phantom 4. Phantom 4 has a longtime competitor here at MassDestruction. A lot of energy, a lot of big dynamic hits as long as he can keep good stability with that weapon. Showtime winning their first fight here by knockout. Phantom 4 also winning by knockout, so let's see if these two undefeated robots, which one of them is going to win. A lot of big, powerful energy coming in this fight. Thumbs up all around. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Showtime really showing time, but suffering for it. They get stuck in the wall, but they turn it around and throw Phantom 4 into the wall. Lots of pieces of wood flying around coming from Phantom 4. I'm not even sure where all this stuff came from. Another catastrophic hit coming from Showtime as Phantom 4 can't seem to keep 4 wheels on the ground. Showtime starting to play a little more methodically and plan out their hits. Phantom 4 upside down and in the pit. Not a great place for them with that big weapon to be. It's completely ineffective while they're upside down, but they're going to try to make it effective anyways. Phantom 4 now spinning their robot instead of their weapon. A classic challenge of these types. Showtime still extra methodically hitting everything, but now getting stuck upside down, and that dangerous weapon has gone silent for just a second. He's going to try a dynamic self-right where he runs into the wall upside down, and he's got his 4 wheels back on the ground. Phantom 4 still struggling. Showtime has ended up in a gash on the floor before getting himself over and then over again. A cheeky little hit into the pit. That weapon is a lot quieter on Showtime. It looks like he's going to preserve either his robot or his battery for the remaining 2 minutes in this fight. He's done a great job of showing off during that first minute and is going to try to coast his way to a win either at a judge's decision or a lucky hit and a knockout. Looks like he wasn't happy about me saying that, as he's got everything back up to speed and energy, and it has cost him dearly as that weapon is now stalled out again. Phantom 4 showing no sign of slowing down though. Despite all the abuse he's got in this fight, he's still in it, but now he's stuck in the wall. He's come back out. Showtime now completely weaponless, still trying to break Phantom 4's fist with his face though. Showtime still discovering that those wedges keep getting stuck in the wall. Not a place for him to be with that soft TPU backside. 1 minute left in this fight. Very surprised that all of these robots are still holding it together. A quick release on the 2 causes the do-si-do, and Phantom 4 is upside down. Both these robots upside down, trying to find control. It looked like earlier Showtime really needed his weapon in order to self-right. Phantom 4 can only self-right with his weapon. It's like playing the knife game here, where he keeps stabbing a knife between his fingers of his wheels. Hopefully Phantom 4 doesn't melt anything down while he's trying that high torque operation. And I may have spoken too soon, or he gave it a rest. And that's the end of this fight. Round of applause for both of our competitors. All right, audience, I alluded to this earlier, but we need your help with this next fight. We love both of these robots so much, and I think they both put on a great show for us. So we're going to need your help in judging which one you thought was the winner. So, over here in green is Showtime, and in purple we've got Phantom 4. When I say that robot name, I want you to cheer as loud as you can for that robot. So, who thought that Showtime won? And who thought that Phantom 4 won? Your winner by audience decision is Showtime. Let's give one more round of applause for all of these wonderful competitors.
You were just being really loud at me, so I filtered that out.
It was really back and forth. And it wasn't that they won, but I liked them better.
Vote early, vote often. Stuff the ballot box completely.
So this is a father.
Any of our audience members a fan of the show Family Feud? I honestly don't know what it's about, but I do know what this next fight is about. We've got a father and son fighting each other live for your entertainment. two robots who are normally on a team are going to be facing off. One of them a vertical spinner, the other a horizontal. We love making teams fight each other here. It's one of our favorite things to do. So, over in the green square, we've got Mothership. Mothership is a vertical spinning bar, very chewed up and worn out, but he's been using it to a lot of destructive effect. He's going to go up against the undercutter of Murphy's Law. 2 thumbs up, 3 minutes on the clock. Audience, please help me count down for this Father and Son fight from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Mothership back at the speed, way too fast, and into the pit before Rocket jumping his way out. Murphy's Law is slowly but surely jockeying for a good position, but he's going to let Mothership do a bunch of damage to himself before taking off a big chunk of that wheel. In his last fight, Mothership was able to survive for about 2 minutes on a single wheel and a weapon, so he's going to need to take away a lot more than that to actually stop him in his tracks. Murphy's Law chasing after Mothership, trying to send him to timeout, but that weapon is so big and scary. More chunks coming off of Mothership. That one looked like one of his weapon supports that's going to cause him to start striking the ground now. The slow methodology of Murphy's Law is really starting to win out as he's pushing and controlling Mothership all the way around the arena. Mothership once again showing off his patented one-wheel driving style. The Murphy's robots going weapon to weapon in the corner and sending lots of sparks everywhere. Mothership jumps around to the back side of Murphy's Law. Both these robots are featuring a paint-on latex on their wheels in order to try to get more traction, and there goes the wheel for Mothership, and he's eating his own wheel, stopping the weapon completely. He throws himself into quickly, takes another one-way trip back to the pit. As we go into this final minute, Mothership and Mothership's other wheel both coming out. He's still hanging on for dear life, but still getting pinned in the corner. Another nice tear there, sending parts of one of these robots to the other side of the arena. One of those forks on Murphy's is pinning up, but that weapon's still spinning. We may have lost the weapon on Mothership, though, as he's down to just a single wheel and looking quite worse for wear. Nothing spare anymore, but he's going to keep moving with that last wheel for as long as he can. The weapon on Murphy's is slowing down just to try to preserve it for the last 20 seconds as his wheels are flopping all over the place. Father and son decide to have a nice little hug before the end of this match, before Dad pulls out the undercutter and tries to get that last wheel ripped off. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's the end of the fight. A round of applause for our father-son competitors here, but especially for your winner, Murphy's Law. We're going to have 4 more fights for all of you lovely audience members before we're going to take a quick 30-minute break for lunch. We've got a whole lot of 3-pound robots to get through today, so we're going to try to do a break from around 1:30 to 2. Our competitors are going to need all the time that they've got in order to repair their robots, especially Mothership. I hope he has a lot more wheels than that.
the pressure. First claw should be.
There's a piece of stone back here.
Gone now. There you go.
Go for it. Great.
Are we checking this on now?
Turn on.
Returning to the arena, we got our competition has gone to the birds. With the twin drill pecking robots of the Power of Friendship and the Meddlesome Swan. Maybe not the most destructive weapons showing up for this next round, but with all these pecking axes, these robots are going to have to use their driving skill and their teamwork in order to win. Meddlesome Swan struggling in their first fight with a lot of the internal components coming loose, whereas the Power of Friendship was still showing their trademark dominating performance of just grabbing their opponents. It was enough for a winner of judge's decision. Thumbs up. Audience, let me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. No loud, angry spinning noises, but oh my goodness, look at that swan head pecking. Power of Friendship trying to use teamwork instead of anything else. The birds have all ended up in the box. These drills are now trying to go into the Meddlesome Swan, and they're making progress. A lot more than I would have ever suspected. That swan head is screaming back and forth, but the Power of Friendship both end up in the pit. Meddlesome Swan not showing any signs of slowing down yet. I'm not sure he's even planning out his taps. I think he's just got it going full tap back and forth. He's now fighting the arena. I don't think that's going to work out very well for him. Power of Friendship still using their friendship to their advantage. One of them going to the pit. And the aggressive tapping keeps going on. Meddlesome Swan finding the pit surface a little more meddlesome than he might like. Minute 45 remaining in this fight. We've seen a lot of pecking and a lot of tapping, but not a whole lot of damage from these competitors. Another good grab there from the Power of Friendship. That drill bit is fully embedded. Oh, and he's taking bits out. Little bits of plastic are coming out of the top of the Meddlesome Swan. And inside of it, it doesn't look like they got anything important this time. Meddlesome Swan is still fully functioning. But how much longer is that going to be? Meddlesome Swan pinning one of the Power of Friendship against the wall. The other comes in for a grab, but doesn't quite make it before they both break away. Power of Friendship going face to face with Meddlesome Swan, trying to grab some wires. He's deep inside of Meddlesome Swan. Meddlesome Swan is screaming. And the other one comes in. He wants some action too. He goes straight through the top plate. Incredible. Meddlesome Swan still is completely operational, but he has a lot more holes in the top of his robot than he would have started with. Meddlesome Swan now getting double drilled on the top plate. Neither of these, oh, and one of them has gone through. Still has not found this elusive battery and the magic smoke contained within. Meddlesome Swan taking a trip into the pit, and then again, one of the Power of Friendship, not right side up. That drill head is stuck in him again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's give a round of applause for all of our avian BattleBot competitors here, following through the ABCs, but especially for your winner by judge's decision, the Power of Friendship.
Oh, something smells good. Yeah.
Definitely smells like plastic. What's the rule on steak robots?
So normally the rule is both your robots combined in weight have to be equal to the class limit, but because we want to encourage them because they're silly, they get a weight bonus of 1 pound.
We go through any class, just one.
And the other rule is if you're getting knocked out, so if you had a 3-pound robot and a 1-pound robot, if the 3-pound robot gets knocked out, the fight's over because that's the majority of your weight. But if you have 2 robots that weigh exactly the same, which is what most people do, you have to knock both of them out. Woo! It's an interesting strategy, and like the weight bonus always encourages people to do weird stuff. Like especially the other weight bonus is if you don't use wheels to drive your robot, you usually get a weight bonus.
We walked in just at the end of that last fight.
Yeah, that happened. They're going down. Yeah. We're fine. There's always stuff for like sharp and hard things to balance. So, whatever station stop. It's a good name. We have a Facebook. There's also a Facebook group called Robotics that has a lot of reviews on it. Robot companies. There's a lot. It used to be everything was on a forum, but then people decided they didn't like forums anymore.
Return to Viva.
This is First Law Chicane.
Now in the arena is First Law and Chicane with 3 minutes on the clock. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! We've got a strategic spatula there on Chicane. He's going to be going up against the big spinner of First Law. First Law showing a lot of impressive control, but not a whole lot of speed with that drivetrain. Chicane actually manages a nice control move, but ends up upside down. Let's see if he can get everything right side, and he does. First Law getting caught on the floor of the pit. He gets a chance to go off onto the nice grabby wood, but decides he's going to drive on the pit anyways. Both these robots locked together. First Law trying to get that weapon up to speed and dug into Chicane. Chicane trying to stay away from that and control First Law as best as he can. These two robots stuck together, but we're going to let them free for just a second. Weapon on First Law has gone down. Unclear if it's strategic or not. Chicane still driving reasonably well, but not showing as much control as we would like to see with a control robot. Chicane driving themselves into a pit. And finally, our first hit coming from First Law. Another case of face-breaking fist. The weapon of first law went down, but he's got it back up. Chicane is now having difficulty driving off of that surface as first law continues to have difficulty getting good engagement or good hits. We're going to keep throwing Chicane until he can get moving again. Oh, nice chunky hit coming out of the back. That sounded expensive as both of our competitors end up back into the pit. It seems like they forgot that they're supposed to be fighting on the floor, and it looks like the wheels on first law have stopped spinning. We got him back just in time to run back into the pit again. Another good hit onto the backside of Chicane. Looks like that earlier bigger hit on Chicane ripped a bunch of very expensive bolts out of that top plate. Good little grab there. He goes for the suplex but doesn't manage to get it. These two fork robots are locked together. That top plate of Chicane is barely held together. He really doesn't want to put anything into that weapon one more time. All these robots doing a complete burnout on each other, really trying to leverage each other's drive as we go into the finals 5 seconds. And that's the end of the fight. Round of applause for your competitors, but especially for your winner, First Law. We have 2 fights remaining before we take a quick little 30-minute break for lunch. The battery's got to charge, but people got to charge too. Feel free to use that time to go get your own lunch, wander around, peruse the museum, and we'll bring all the robot fighting action back to you at 2 p.m. Returning to the arena, in orange and black, we've got the very fast and quick Jackalope. They'll be going up against the slow, methodical, and lumbering Helicobacter. During their last fight, that stick on top of Helicobacter, he uses it in order to figure out which direction of his robot is forward. But the nut that he had on there came loose, and that stick started turning around randomly, so he had no idea which way was forward. He's since replaced that nut with a lock nut. We've got 3 minutes on the clock. Audience, help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these robots getting up to speed. Quick little cheeky hit, throwing both of them against the wall. Helicobacter is stuck against it, not a place where Shell Spinner wants to be. And the pit is even less. But he comes out fully up to speed and ready to rock. Jackalope playing a little more cautious than they usually do. Screws from some robot are sitting on the floor as Jackalope ends up in the pit themselves. Jackalope a little hung up on the corners. And Jackalope's drive went down and then up. Jackalope once again trading weapon for drive. Helicobacter, seemingly the train that keeps on ticking, but they're upside down in a way they want to be right now. Those wheels are spinning around, trying to get moving. Jackalope decides to get in on the fun. We're going to throw both of them real quick. It looks like there's a little direction finder on the bottom of Helicobopterchopter, but that's bent. We're going to have to count Helicobopterchopter out. Oh, that counts as movement. Right at the last second, saved by the buzzer. Helicobopterchopter is back, but their weapon is not. Meaning we have a minute 30 of two robots that do not have weapons as they mash up against each other. Jackalope trying to prove me wrong by utilizing their self-righting stick in order to smack the top of Helicobopterchopter. Helicobopterchopter's wedge that they've got at the front of the robot keeps finding every nook, cranny, and seam of our floor. Helicobopterchopter is stuck yet again. Let's give him one more shot. Nice little pirouette somersault, but we're not seeing any movement. And we have them flip like a pancake. I think this is going to be it for Helicobopterchopter. And that's the match. Your winner by knockout is Jackalope. All right, this is going to be our last round before we take a quick little break for lunch. And this is going to be Lightly Toasted versus Thresher. Both of these robots were knocked out in their previous match. And both of them are looking for a little bit of redemption. Thresher going up against Rickety Cricket and showing a lot more drive and control, but not a whole lot of weapon before eventually turning off. Thresher once again showing some of their patented electronic gremlins, turning the robot on and off again repeatedly. Live by the percussive maintenance, die by the percussive maintenance.
one motor. It's one, the rest of it's this one.
Yeah.
It's one motor.
Send it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay.
We'll see what happens. All right. I like that. Whole safety thing with having the leg picked up. Yeah, exactly.
We're seeing a lot of movement here from Lightly Toasted right off the hop, and a lot of movement from one wheel of Thresher. Looks like Thresher is going to be very optimistic on if the robot starts working halfway through a match. Is he... Oh. Try spinning. All right, we've got a thumbs up. And again, this is going to be our last round before our lunch break, so audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robot, fight. Lightly Toasted is getting that weapon up to speed. It's causing some vibrations that's making them hover around as he goes in for the kill on those wheels, and he sends foam flying everywhere. Nice big chunky hit starts taking away pieces of the frame of Thresher as he decides to go back in for even more wheel bits. Oh my goodness, there's neoprene rubber flying everywhere, and Thresher flies into the pit. That one remaining working wheel on Thresher comes back out, and we have a tap out. Your winner due to wheelification is Lightly Toasted.
Let's call it 210, and then if it happens to be 210.
All right, audience, y'all have all been so lovely over the last several hours of robot fighting. I hope you have enjoyed it as much as we have enjoyed hosting you, but we are going to take a quick small break to go eat some lunch. We suggest you do the same. Moody Street is right around the corner and full of a lot of wonderful, delicious options, but we're going to need the time to try to clean up the arena to the best of our abilities, and all of our competitors are going to need as long as possible to recharge their batteries, rework their robots, and figure out whatever gremlins they have remaining. So, we're going to put fights on pause for now, but we will be back at 2:10. That time again is going to be 2 p.m. and an extra 10 minutes on top of that. Fights will resume with our 1-pound plastic antweight class before we go back into our final seeding round of the beta weights. Thank you again so much for coming out and watching robot fights, and we will see you real soon.
like it did to our. Wait, is this her? Or is this just HTTP?
It should be.
Look at just stuff. Right?
Curve girl box too close to this one.
Do you want to get the little hand bucket, little hand sweeper? We can get the big pieces out and then.
Can you also grab the wet wipes off my desk?
Oh, we got
No, the wet wipes.
Well, no, we want those. We'll get in there.
Munted sounds like such a dirty word.
There were some times in that last power friendship fight where I was like,
Battery?
no, not even just battery, but there are things that could be said that should not be said in front of children.
About the penetration? The double penetration?
I was like, oh no!
The robots are doing sexually suggestive things. Hide your eyes, but not that bad.
Carbon fiber dust. Gonna possibly maybe mess with you.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Settings.
Studies are starting to come out that are showing that carbon fiber is actually quite bad for you.
Oh, any small particles are bad. Apparently aluminum's not great for you either.
Aluminum has been linked to Alzheimer's.
Copper for your joints.
Mostly it's like the dust, and it's like, oh, dang. That's a lot, there's a lot of
I think it's, I don't know the exact timing on it, but I think it's like 5,000, 6,000 BC. There's like some analysis of like a copper using tribe somewhere in like South Europe, and they're like, they established that they didn't live very long, but they lived long enough to like get copper deposits in their joints from doing their copper forging. Like that's because they're like blowing to get fires hot enough. They're like inhaling copper.
That bitch
particles
Ian Nasir sold me shitty copper again.
Okay, let's you want to start vacuuming? I'll do some
all
more.
this stuff down here.
I was
Or
gonna say start at the top and vacuum down, because I'll start sweeping up.
like the box.
Yeah, sorry, yes, like the box. Sorry. English, that's easy to do.
No, it's not.
It's a terrible language, you can't help this.
I don't know. You could be speaking French.
Probably, is there like a Y attachment for this thing or no?
Yeah, it should be. I don't know where it is though.
Okay, this guy. So we'll have to go insane.
deep spots, but
Y'all think we should reinforce those on the backside or say no?
reinforce which on the backside.
Those holes over there specifically.
Is there light coming through them?
No, not yet. I just think if they take a resulting hit, they're gonna be through. And that's gonna be a pause.
We're looking at this guy, right?
Yeah, that guy.
I'd say we do it.
Alright. We got any good chunky 2x4s?
We have two bound together. I thought somewhere.
Why are they bound together? I think we were using that for the projector or something.
What is? What?
There is a low spot that I don't like. Right there.
Oh,
So
right
we're
next
gonna
to
go
the
ahead and
box.
put a 2x4 on the underside of it.
Okay.
Has anyone yet to kill a light? I feel
Yeah.
like no.
They have killed a light, but they have unplugged it. We kind of had one. So somebody hit one last
Yeah.
event and it tore the plastic up, but it didn't stop working. We actually didn't even notice until at
Bro,
the end of the event.
the second mass destruction that we've had here at the museum,
Like the second Resurgence one or the second like
second
actual one?
OG one
Yeah.
at the museum. We had the initial fight, which was me, Jamo, and Alex Satori for the
Okay.
first fight, and then Alex immediately roof shot me with the Cuban, and I went directly into the light, which was tempered glass, and it just
Okay.
exploded and sent
Literally, okay.
glass shards everywhere.
I'm just curious if someone like nicks that and pops the breaker, how many things die?
Yes.
If
If that pops the breaker into the building breaker,
Yeah.
all the streaming, all the sound, everything goes down.
That'd be pretty epic. Though.
It would
You
be
see
pretty
the
good.
Bob flying towards the camera
And then just
stream.
flat. Yeah.
If the box is ready to go before the lunch break is over, do you mind if I spin up my prototype melty?
Yeah, go ahead. Oh wow. Fucked.
What way? Just like how warped it is?
Yeah.
I mean, this one bolt's almost like.
Yeah. Well, that just holds the top on.
Okay.
Alright.
I like the ventilation.
It works pretty well, and it's nice to not have a lipo fire just like end the event.
Yeah, I had an interesting thought with Luke though. It's like, if there's like a real lipo fire, do you leave it in the box? Or do you take the robot out?
You take the robot out. You open. You just
Because
slit.
you want it to be out.
You slip the bot. You slip the door, and you fucking get. You took. One thing too
I guess
is.
you don't have box.
Yeah, one thing too is that like a little bit of technical like procedure that we did wrong that first time when somebody went out is you put the bucket in the box, robot in the bucket out. Don't take the robot out of the box, bring it in the bucket. But yeah, you want to get it as quick as possible because then it'll stop making smoke.
Which is not really a way around it, is that you have to step over the hose to get out the door.
Yep, yeah, it's not ideal.
good. That's the one that scares me the most.
Yeah, yeah, because that's the.
Because the back one's just like deep
Yeah, I guess you're right. And that one's deep and wide.
and wide, yeah.
Cool. Okay. Simple.
I think so. Is your angle grinder a duct tape though?
That is my one-wheel multi-grain plastic hammer made out of
Yeah, go. The pin is still there though.
Oh, that's fine. I just want to spin. I just want to spin. Should turn my radio on. What's that? I can wait. Yeah.
Okay. Go for it.
Should really get a weapon lock too.
Okay.
I'll probably go right into it. It'll be a 1 pound plastic Amway single wheel milky. Oh yeah, the wheel's about to fall off.
It's a multi-grain. It's a one-wheel multi-grain. That happens to be round.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see I have no Loctite on the screws.
Oh, you can see that.
Yeah, the wheel's falling off.
There's your problem. Oh, because a one-wheel multi is so much more.
Yeah. Yeah.
You were going to call it Python, right?
Maybe, but I'm like, I don't know how long the events were like saying that over the end.
Saying what?
Python is the name.
I was at remember someone entered not a Python.
Okay.
I think they shortened it to EV.
That makes sense, yeah.
Audience, I want to thank all of y'all for coming back nice and prompt and on time and ready to watch some more robot fighting, but I have to apologize because we're not very good at being on time. We're trying to get our robots together right now, and it looks like they're going to be about another 5 minutes. Oh, we got robots starting to move.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Glad to hear.
Gotcha. So you guys don't run the same blue little motors. What are those for your weapons on the class? Like 2212 or something like that?
I run a 2822.
Okay, mine's not the little blue one. Mine's a black one.
It's a 2822 from LeafLabs.
Okay, so it's the outer campus.
Yeah, I found that they're pretty impressive.
Can't wait some more durable. Not the motor I'm using today, I'll tell you that much.
What are you running?
Some like Chinese off-brand 2207.
Amazon?
I just bought it off something else.
Oh, okay, fair enough. It's a mystery.
It's a mystery.
Fair enough.
I think by the next batch we're going to be scraping two of them together to make one working motor.
Actually, I never double checked that this motor was percolated.
Yeah, that's fine. Good to go.
Until you power it on.
Yeah.
It won't do that. But it is possible to seize.
So you've got the magnets.
The magnets like to break, and so do the bearings.
Did you turn it into a hub motor? Do you have a full shaft going through, or is it just not that you're
I have the motor here, and then I have a vent shaft for myself.
Okay, no, you're okay. Okay, can I get robots or controllers on? Robots on?
Come on.
Alright, just take me. Brendan, are we good to go? Okay. I would like weapon locks off. Okey-doke.
Now in the arena, we've got Jekyll, who just smashed his face into the floor and messed up his own weapon. He'll be going up against Miniatur Mark II, over in orange and black, and slowly backing his way into the red square. Backing. Ah, he's turned his remote control around and put himself into the pit. Pit. We're going to go hands off for just a second, and hopefully he can figure out how to drive. Okay, over in the red square, we've got Miniatur Mark II. He's got a giant drum, and he's going to be going up against the slightly smaller yellow and purple drum of Jekyll. Both of our competitors ready? Yeah? Yeah? Luke, ask people if they're ready. Thank you, Luke. All right, audience, welcome back from lunch. Please let me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these big vertical spinners getting up to speed and giving us that nice hum that we've been familiar with all day. Going in for each other, but they're faking out. Somebody's getting highly up to speed. There's about to be a big explosive hit, and it's a side arm with Miniatur, and he gets the wheel too while he's at it. Jekyll rallying, trying to take the best advantage of this situation. Slowly but surely moving over to the pit. Jekyll is being methodical about it. Miniator gets his second trip to the pit this round. These plastic ants do not like the pit floor. It is rough and it is hard to work on. Miniator has one wheel remaining. That top plate's starting to come off. Jekyll pushes him into the pit and gets another free ride, courtesy Air Pit. Somebody has just turned off their weapon. I'm hoping that it was Jekyll just trying to preserve it because, oh no, what a devastating catch there on the edge. We're going to slowly feather Miniator to see if he can't get out of the pit, and his lipo has come out, and that is the end of the fight. Let's give a round of applause for your winner by knockout, Jekyll. Audience, if you were here before the break, if you see that nice little gray object that's sticking out of the back right now, that is a lithium polymer battery. You see them in your phones, you see them in your drones, you see them all over the place, especially in electric cars. They're wonderful and they're powerful, and they do not like getting poked. So the second one of those comes out, and they come in a lot of different colors, the fight is over. This is for your entertainment and ours as well. As much as we would like to see a giant fireball, ultimately we want to see more fights more faster.
You want to do that?
Cool. You get a piece of pizza first, though.
Huh?
You go first.
Oh, no, I said I'm going to eat.
Yes.
And then you and I can swap out.
We will tag team.
Builders trying to Spillway and Orca. In the arena, please. Spillway and Orca, followed by Addition Hoppers and Legal Dorito Minus. Spillway Orca, Addition Hoppers, and Legal Dorito Minus.
Okay, make sure your transmitters are on. Sit down. I have one here. Is it that works? Yeah. It's the standard one. Robots on. After your radios.
Returning to the arena are Spillway and Orca. Both of these are remarkably similar robots with big, long, wide drums and four-wheel drive. How they managed to get four-wheel drive into a 1-pound ant weight class, I have no idea. Both of these competitors in their previous fights were very methodical and strategic drivers, spending a lot of time jockeying for a good position before going in for a big hit. Let's see how good their strategy is. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these drums spinning up to speed. We're going in for a big hit. Spillway actually gets the initiation on that, but he pays for it and bounces back into the wall in the corner.
Hit. Lower it.
We're going to lower the pit real quick as these competitors get closer and closer to it. Spillway seems to fake us out before actually ending up in there. Spillway right side round. Orca's going to smack into him against the wall. Not the most catastrophic hit, then both these competitors end up in the pit. Orca's left us a nice little message on the underside saying hi. Neither of these robots seem to have been well designed for driving upside down with a whole lot of bouncing and knocking. That drum on Orca is starting to show some hesitation and spinning. It could be a simple cogging issue, or it could be that his motor is very broken. He's going to give it some percussive maintenance with a trip to the pit. while Spillway stays upside down. Spillway decides to get back into the game. Looks like one of the wheels on Orca is also out of it. Spillway has slowed that weapon down, no longer going for those weapon-to-weapon hits, and instead going to try to get some more cheeky competitive fights across the entire fight. And there's a good hit right there, throwing Orca across and into the pit before chasing him there. Orca's starting to show a lot of difficulty in driving. Spillways is going to chase him onto the pit floor, don't know why, before going in himself.
Oh, his thing is on.
Spillway chasing back after Orca. Orca still not showing any more weapon as we go into the last 20 seconds here. Gonna use the floor one more time. Spillway still not showing any signs of slowing down in the last 20 seconds for what has been a very fun plastic and weight fight. 3, 2, 1. That's the end of the fight. Let's give a round of applause for both of these competitors, but especially for your winner, Spillway.
Do the big swap. Yep.
Next up, we're going to have Addition versus Hobbles, followed by Illegal Dorito Midas and Synthwave Belladonna. Addition Hobbles, Illegal Dorito Midas, Synthwave Belladonna.
Sure your radios are on. You can go ahead and turn your bots on. Okay, yeah, I'll have a slice. Okay, Hobble. We got a broom. We got a broom. Alright. We have the tools for the job. Actually, we can keep them up and lock it. We haven't got the sure. Are you turned on? Are you turned on? Okay. Let's do weapon box out.
For anyone wondering, if Fred's voice suddenly just got a little bit more feminine, you are wrong. I am stepping in while Fred eats a quick lunch for our next ant fight. We have in the red square getting set up, Hobbles. And then coming over to the green square, we will have Addition.
Oh, purple one is cool. Yeah, I want the purple one.
Alright, I'm just waiting for thumbs up.
He's more complex.
You guys good?
They look like they're made out of one of them is
Alright, our builders are ready. Audience, help me count them down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Addition heading out quickly. Hobbles taking a second to get going. These gyro walkers sometimes need a moment. Hobbles is going to take a bit of a beating here from Addition while trying to get moving. Addition capitalizing on this. Hobble's looking to try and get out of this corner here. Not quite able to walk out of the corner. Addition said, I'll help you get out the corner. And we have a tap out. Winner is Addition. Loading into the arena now. In the red and gold, we have Midas. And our lovely pink triangular friend there is the Illegal Dorito. Our builders are ready. Audience, help me count them down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Dorito spinning up. Midas coming in. Midas flipping over the Illegal Dorito. And just whacking them into that corner. Illegal Dorito like an aggressive air hockey puck. Oh, and both going into the pit. And up into the air. Midas landing on its rear there for a moment, flopping back down. Bit of a collision there. Legal Dorito getting ping-ponged around a bit. Midas trying to get into good position, and on the rear once more. Able to fall down though. And what a hit there. Oh, pieces flying of the Illegal Dorito there. Midas lining up, hitting him. Oh, it looks like Midas's weapon might have been busted in one of those hits. Illegal Dorito still spinning. Oh, both going in the pit and back out now. Illegal Dorito on its side moment and able to spin themselves back down. One more launch for good luck. Up they go, and Illegal Dorito still kind of stuck. Will Illegal Dorito be saved? And the Illegal Dorito is saved. Midas with a little bit of struggling over here. Weapon still not spinning. Illegal Dorito going to hit Midas again. And knocked into the pit. Midas going back up. Midas moving once more. Still no motion from that weapon though. Illegal Dorito has also spun down. Uh-oh. Are both of our weapons down now? Looks like they might. And Midas said we're both going in the pit. And that is the end of our fight.
Who won that?
And your winner by judge's decision is Illegal Dorito.
Fred Moore returning to the microphone. Thank you very much, Brianna. Returning to the arena, we're going to have Fury and Nebly eat soggy waffles. Fury is over here on the judge's screen square in black and red with a vertical spinner. Whereas Never Eat Soggy Waffles is the white and black robot, now trundling his way over to the red square. Now, before we start this next fight, audience, I have a special task for you. Everybody who is leaning against the arena or touching the arena, I need you to take one step back. Perfect. Thank you very much. All right, thumbs up. Have a countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Fury is spinning up to speed, but Never Eat Soggy Waffles is not. Fury gets a good flip on Soggy Waffles. It's like both of these robots are using the same drive motors. They seem to go exactly the same speed. Getting some good grinding here from Fury onto Soggy Waffles. Right on that hard edge. Soggy Waffles takes Fury into the wall, slows his weapon down on a 2x4. That tiny little fork on Fury just got stuck in a hole in the floor. That is a hazard our competitors do have to deal with. Our floor does get worse as the day goes on. And Fury goes in the pit. Nice little ride, courtesy of Air Brandon. Soggy Waffles still not showing off any weapon. Fury still not showing off a whole lot of destructive potential with that weapon. As these two competitors keep circling each other in a very almost romantic way. Fury goes in the pit and comes back out. He's got his self-riding stick all the way up. Soggy Waffles is now upside down and still not working, and now right side up and still not working. Fury doing some more grinding on that front edge of Soggy Waffles, but really not getting the engagement that he needs. That weapon's just sort of bouncing off. Soggy Waffles gets his first trip on the pit, and now his second, complete with Fury. This could be the match decider right here. Both these robots are slowing down a little bit in drive. And with 5 seconds left, 3, 2, 1. That's the end of the fight. And your winner by judge's decision is Fury.
Yes, Daddy.
Second to last plastic ant weight battle loading in right now. In black and white, it's Metamoon. Metamoon's got the twin disc drum spinner. They'll be going up against Icarus? Icarus. Icarus is, oh, they wrote their name on the robot, so I can read it. I love that. All right, 2 minutes on the clock. Thumbs up. Audience, help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Put these robots up to speed. Icarus thinking about the pit. Metamoon really thinking about the pit. Icarus thinking about taking Metamoon to the corner and starting to rip big plastic chunks off. A lot of rally here between the two weapons. They seem to be pretty well matched in terms of speed, but that drum on Metamoon is down while she's getting shoved into the wall. One of those forks is just saying hi, and the other fork has fallen off. Starting to get our first couple of bits of plastic coming off of all these robots. Metamoon's forks not where she wants them to be. Nice chunky hit there coming from the weapon to weapon. Metamoon won just due to her superior weapon speed. Icarus is having some driving difficulties right now. I see those wheels moving, but they're not touching the ground. Metamoon's free to go in for a hit and misses and goes straight into the pit. Metamoon's got a good lineup on a hit on Icarus, but she actually capitalizes on it. Icarus is very upside down. Not in the state he wants to be in at all, but he manages to self-right against the wall. Looks like there is a belt loose on that weapon, though, so his weapon might be knocked out for the rest of the match. Metamoon has, in previous fights, shown a reasonable amount of durability in that weapon. Even if she loses the control game, she can still occasionally come back with the damage. However, there is a giant hole in her top plate. One or two more trips to the pit could mean a battery out, which is not desirable for her. One of the forks is missing off of Icarus. Icarus still trying to jockey and move around Metamoon, but it means that Metamoon's weapon is going right into his face and taking more plastic bits off. Metamoon comes around the back, gets him pinned up against a place that he doesn't want to be. With 10 seconds left, Icarus is back in the pit. 3, 2, 1. That's the end of this fight. And Metamoon ends it by ending up in the pit. And your winner by judges' decision is Metamoon.
Wait, is that the magical OTF? Yes. Yeah, no, I bought one, and then I just gave it to my intern.
Why did they trust you as an intern?
Or not my intern, shit. Our junior engineer. Who I keep calling my intern.
Belladonna, okay. Great. Besides, transfer's on. And once the transfer's on, go ahead and turn your bots on, but leave your weapon on. Weapon. Too many times.
It fucking dies.
Loading in our final plastic ant weight match for this round. We're going to have one more round after this before we go into our single elimination tournament for all the marbles. This is Belladonna over here in green and purple going up against Synthwave in blue, orange, and white. Belladonna featuring big wheels that keep on turning and a pair of googly eyes with a big undercutting blade that fell apart quite a bit last time. Two thumbs up, 2 minutes on the clock. Audience, help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Both these big spinners spinning up to speed. Chunks of somebody have gone across the arena. Looking for that first big weapon-to-weapon hit. Which one of these robots will survive? Synthwave got thrown up just from a wheel, and he's taken off a chunk of the weapon of Belladonna. Belladonna's weapon continues to explode. It is now significantly smaller than it was at the start. Synthwave running into the floor and bouncing himself up on it. Belladonna now with a tiny nub of a weapon. Parts of it keep coming off. I didn't know that there were that many parts to begin with. Synthwave doing a much better job of flying through the air than driving on 4 wheels. Narrowly avoids going into the pit, flips himself over and then back again. Going straight face-to-face with Belladonna, has removed one of the googly eyes, and Belladonna ends up back in the pit. Looks like the front left wheel of Synthwave is breaking. Synthwave goes into the pit. And both these robots, Synthwave is back in the pit. Synthwave has very unfortunately spun his weapon up in mid-air, which has caused it to land weapon down with great engagement and explode. Synthwave has successfully blown up his own weapon via rocket jumping. Both these robots back in the pit. The weapon of Belladonna is still working. Still not seeing a whole lot of aggression there, even if she had it earlier in the fight. 10 seconds left in this fight as these two are really exhausted. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's one more pit push just for good measure. Audience, I'm going to need your help with this fight. We've got 2 robots left in the arena. In green and purple, we have Belladonna, and in orange, blue, and white, we have Synthwave. I'm going to need you to cheer for whichever robot you thought was the winner. So I'm going to say the name, and then I want you to cheer for the winner. So, who thought your winner was Synthwave? Who thought your winner was Belladonna? I'm really biased because I have a lot of Belladonna fans right next to me, so your winner by the people next to me is Belladonna. For anyone who is just joining us, we use a modified Swiss format at this tournament. What that means is all robots enter a pool at the beginning of this competition and are selected into 3 random matches. Everybody gets to fight a minimum of 3 times, and then depending on how well they do, they're going to be entered into a single elimination tournament, which will be for all the marbles at the end of this tournament. We're going into our 3rd round of seating fights for our 3-pound robots, followed by a 3rd round for our 1-pound robots, at which point we will begin the tournament process.
Yeah. My girlfriend loves me. Oh my god. My girlfriend loved me. I didn't love her. There's a difference. This is crazy. Come on, we're turning on this thing.
I see.
It's insane free fight dog.
Okay, is everyone's spots on?
Yeah.
Weapon locks off.
I'm here too.
With the doors locked, we've got two of our most veteran builders here at MassDestruction and at Norwalk Havoc Robotics with Mako and Jackalope. These two teams have been fighting for a very long time, and we're always happy to have them here at MassDestruction. Mako in yellow and red is a multi-bot. One of the bots does pinching and grabbing, while the other one does a lot of sawing. Mako does add up to a total of 3 pounds of weight. 2 thumbs up. Audience, help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Jackalope getting up to speed, trying to pin down the saw part of Mako. Jackalope ending up in the pit for her troubles. Pause. We're going to take a quick break here. We seem to have some technical difficulties with our pit mechanism, but we are off to a great start in those first 30 seconds. Please bear with us for just a minute as we make sure that everything is aligned, safe, and working the way that we want it to. I like that energy. Thank you all so much for that.
We're going to finish this one.
Are you going to leave it up for the rest of the fight?
Yeah, it's going to stay up for the rest of the fight. Just this one.
Audience, our hazard has malfunctioned, so we're going to leave it up for the rest of the fight. But I really like your energy, and you are going to get the remaining 2 minutes and 30 seconds of the fight. If you can help me resume this fight in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! No more pit to worry about. Could change the control game, although it looks like that weapon on Jackalope is going down again. And a wonderful cut there from Mako into Jackalope, getting lots of carbon fiber dust straight into the air. Mako feeling a little woozy after breathing in all that dust. All three of our robots are looking not in the best shape after that. We're seeing some aggressive tapping from Jackalope, but she's unable to get off of the arena. That saw is coming back to life and putting lots of nice titanium sparks into the arena air. Two parts of Mako are getting a little dangerously close together. Friendly fire is always on in these competitions. Jackalope's pretty hung up, but we're going to get some nice pretty white sparks for you, the audience. Jackalope's now using those keep away arms as a self-defense mechanism before tapping out. And your winner is Mako.
Keep telling yourself that. I'm not in trouble at all. Nothing bad happened.
Chickens been ready for a while. Accident means they're charging us as a dual bomb. Okay.
What a great fight with a lot of sparks between Mako and Jackalope. Unfortunately, we are going to have to go to a quick little pause while we work on our arena hazard. We will get right back to you as soon as we can. Thank you again for your patience, and I hope you have all been having so much fun here at Mass Destruction number 5.
I think that's the 1-pounder. Yeah, this is just.
Okay, go ahead and take your weapon lock off, and then don't drive until the doors are shut.
Audience, thank you so much for your patience as we were dealing with some technical difficulties, but we are back in action. We are good to go. We are putting 3 minutes on the clock, and we have 2 robots in the red square. We've got Helicopter Bopter Chopter, and in the green, we've got Mothership. Help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these robots have big, unstable weapons, so they're going to be bouncing all around the arena. With our first pit, let's see if it still works, and it does. Finally seeing a lot of good teeth on Helicopter Bopter Chopter here, but now he's upside down, and that nut that was holding his keep away stick has fallen off. Helicopter Bopter Chop is in a dangerous way, but not as dangerous as getting thrown into the roof. Now stuck upside down, he's in the dilemma of rotating himself instead of his weapon. If Mothership can keep stable and keep the energy up, this is his fight to dominate. Unfortunately, he's going into the pit. Great hits coming from Mothership. Helicopter bumper chop started so strongly, and now he's finally wheels back on the ground, but not for long. Took a little bit of a strategic detour into the pit. Let's see if he can get that weapon back up to speed. He's got a lot of energy in there, and it takes a while to get fully loaded. Mothership isn't going to let him have it, saying no to the UFO, and that means your winner is Mothership. I hope that fight was well worth the wait, and we're back to your regularly scheduled back-to-back action here at MassDestruction.
Power, friendship, scrambled eggs, followed by first law, death tap, and
Get the bot up for
power, friendship, scrambled eggs, first law, death tap, you destroy it.
I wanted to take the shell off. You came close.
Change for that, change to the postponement of the answer. Power, friendship, scrambled eggs, accident chicane, first law, death tap.
You're trying to tell me that wasn't funny?
Power, friendship, scrambled eggs, accident chicane, first law, death tap.
You have to put it down anyways. What if I put it down upside down? Joke's on you. You're not gonna, because I know you're not stupid. Well, actually, I don't know that.
A lot of our audience has noticed, but the next fight is going to be a 2-on-2. The Power of Friendship is, of course, featuring two twin pecking drill robots. They're going to be going up against the two vertical spinners of scrambled eggs. As goes with any combat robot team sport, friendly fire is always on. So, these two teams have to learn teamwork more than pure aggressive power. Looks like green robot on scrambled eggs is having a little bit of hesitancy. That could be our delaying factor. It figures if we put 4 robots in, oh, he's back, and he's in the pit.
Well, he's good to start upside down, apparently.
As a penalty for his transgressions, one half of scrambled eggs is starting upside down. But that means we get to start. And to start, I need you to help me count. From 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! So much action going on here with one half of the Power of Friendship darting across the arena while the other hanging back. The one who's hanging back is going and touching orange pit. Green robot from Scrambled Eggs is having a hard time staying out of the pit. He keeps going back in. I don't know why. He doesn't win any points there. Power of Friendship darting in and over, seeing if they can't actually use some of that teamwork to try to knock somebody out. That weapon on green is not working as well as he wants it to, Pet. Despite arguably being significantly more up-weaponed than Scrambled Eggs, the Power of Friendship is so far showing a lot more teamwork and coordination, with each of them splitting off to chase down a specific robot, and one of them starts to drill in on green. Both those drill bits are still on Power of Friendship, which means they're still lethal. And those batteries are just waiting to get punctured. The blue robot of Scrambled Eggs is finally starting to get a rally on, bullying the orange and blue robot and disabling him temporarily before coming over to try to help out green. He goes for the drill, but he misses it. Meanwhile, green keeps staying stuck in the pit. The Power of Friendship is now trying to drill through our ventilation grid. Blue should be able to go in for a good hit, but that weapon just isn't staying working for long enough. Both of the Power of Friendship are stuck right now, which would be a great chance to capitalize if either of the weapons of scrambled eggs work. They unfortunately do not. With so many robots fighting each other, it's hard to pick something to stay focused on. And with Peck, it's his never-ending fight against the great in the arena. Meanwhile, Blue is about to go back into the pit. Green in the other half of the Power of Friendship. They're staying stuck together, and it looks like he's got Green lined up. And he's doing a good trail. Material was coming out of that. He's back in for another shot. Still didn't get anything good. Pickens for again with 2-on-1 action for the last 6 seconds. The weapon on Blue has finally come back, but is it enough? And that's the end of this fight. And your winner by judges' decision is the Power of Friendship. But let's really give up for the Power of Multibots in this fight for another fantastic fight.
You didn't like the judge's decision?
No, I like the steak. I like the steak.
You like the steaks?
I think they did. I think the steaks win.
Yeah.
The steaks did.
Oh, everybody could have done more. I think with the Power of Friendship, those little drill bits that they have are held on very insecurely, like they break off if you look at them wrong. I know. They should just snap instantly, and because Scrambled Eggs wasn't able to snap either of them off, and they were still functional, like, the Power of Friendship deserved it. They didn't really take any damage, and they showed a lot more control. Unfortunately, it's not all about big explosions, as much as we would like it to be.
Blue steak or orange steak? Orange steak cooked or pineapple.
Returning to the arena, it's a lot of blacked out robots with Maxine with twin robots over here on the judges' screen, and Chicane over on the audience's red. Chicane is a control-style robot utilizing a strategic spatula in order to flip his opponents upside down. Maxident has twin weapons, one on each robot, but with a high center of gravity, they've ended up upside down more often than not. Let's see if Chicane can finally utilize his full control potential to keep Maxident upside down and control this fight.
I don't know what I want to win yet. That's not
Thumbs up here. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Chicane is fast across the arena, immediately going in and getting his forks jammed up on one half of Maxident. Maxident finally utilizing those weapons, but it seems like after one hit, one of them has already gone down. Chicane is upside down, not a place he wants to be in, but he's got a stick that can fix that sometimes. Chicane is also featuring a lot of strategic foil tape. I don't know what this is for. Normally we see it to try to prevent ingress from fire, but there are no fire robots at this competition. At this point, both the weapons of Maxident are completely down. Nope, one of them has come back. Chicane is pinned in the corner. His wedges are stuck underneath the infamous fork traps. On one hand, the fork traps are very annoying for robots with particularly long forks, but on the other, they knew that we always had them, so they need to design around that challenge. Chicane is in the pit and out and back in. Gonna give him a gentle elevate on that one. The weapons on Maxident are having some amount of strange intermittent action. Chicane gets a nice pin on one half of Maxident before flipping her over on her head and ending up back in the pit. Chicane really likes the pit.
We gotta deal with that bolt head after this fight.
One half of Maxident is in the pit while the other one is spinning up her weapon in order to try to do some serious damage to Maxident. I'm not seeing a whole lot of control from any of these robots, which is a shame. That fork is just short enough that it can't actually grab any of Maxident, but it can get stuck on top of her, letting her get all the way underneath and then bully Chicane. The two Maxidents are now bumping into each other and discovering that friendly fire is still on. And sometimes your worst opponent is yourself. Once again, Chicane is going for a straight fork-to-fork interaction and discovering that he just does not have the reach. It looks like he's now trying to flip the one half of Maxident over that has no control. Interesting choice. And I swear he was about to go into the pit, but instead Maxident does. Both of Maxidents are right way around, but neither of them are utilizing their weapon. Unclear if they work or not. Quick little waggle there from the spatula of Chicane. With 5 seconds left in this fight, this is going to the judges. Let's give a round of applause. Audience, you are so good and so talented at watching all these robot fights. I am going to once again call upon your incredible skills to help us judge who you thought won that fight. We have two robots in the arena. The twin pair of robots are Maxident, and the single big square robot is called Chicane. I'm going to call both these robot names, and I want you to cheer after the one that you think won. So, who thought that your winner was with the twins of Maxident? And who thought your winner was Chicane, who is now going in a bucket? Once again, the crowd right next to me is disproportionately loud, so their vote matters more, and your winner is Chicane.
Oh, hi! You're here! Help Spocky.
That one could deal some damage. That one's coming back here.
Okay. I'm really, really sorry.
A mildly delayed fight is now coming to fruition. In the red square, featuring a lot less armor than he started with, is Cole. Cole's got a vertical spinner on an arm that he's going to try to use as a top attack weapon. And over in the green square, we've got Turbo Fiend. Turbo Fiend has had a dominating performance. He's got a little friend. Hi, little Turbo Fiend friend. 3 minutes on the clock. These robots are ready. Audience, on the countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Turbo Fiend is up to speed as both these robots lock horns together in the middle of the arena. Cole's having a hard time figuring out if he wants to use that weapon or not, but he does right now before ending up in the pit. Turbo Fiend still playing cautious, trying to figure out if Cole is playing possum or not. Cole either was or is having some drive issues. Normally we see robots a lot more energetic as they try to exit the pit.
Oh, I forgot we were going to grind that bolt now.
Turbo Fiend finally starts a good rally, getting Cole into the corner right next to the pit. Putting on a good show for us. And for our sock puck pit friend. Turbo Fiend, more like Turbo Friend. Cole not showing a whole lot of offensive capability yet, with Turbo Fiend barely edging out each of these locking interactions. Another dosey blow. Turbo Fiend ends up underneath Cole and takes him to the wall. Slightly different angle for Cole this time. He tries to go in for a reach and for a lift, but it doesn't quite work out. Makes a mistake, and all of a sudden Turbo Fiend is right there capitalizing on it, ripping robot parts off left and right before leaving him upside down and without another wedge. Cole's now down a wheel. Turbo Fiend is upside down in a way that they certainly don't like. As we're halfway through this match, Turbo Fiend manages to bounce back into a reasonable shape. These weapons are now going weapon to weapon and get thrown into the glass right in front of me. Good rally on the backside of Cole coming from Turbo Fiend. Wires are starting to come out of Cole. Cole is stuck in the corner and not moving and has tapped out. Once again, another thorough textbook destruction coming from Turbo Fiend.
Who won accident chicane?
Huh?
Who won accident chicane?
Chicane.
Oh, you got one of my rocket boosters. Sorry.
That was a real good fight.
Oh man, Cole makes such good losses. Alright, I would like all of that stuff. Thank you. That was, yeah.
Audience, especially some of our younger members, I'm going to once again need your help. I need everybody who is past that yellow safety chain or has their face or hands pressed up against the glass to take one step back. Thank you very much. Returning to the arena is First Law in the red square versus Death Cap in the green square. 3 minutes on the clock. These competitors are ready. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! But these robots up to speed, not meeting yet. Weird off hit there from First Law onto Death Cap, getting Death Cap upside down. Both these weapons are now locked into each other in a way where they can't spin up. Going for a pin to see if they can't wear something down on each of them. And it looks like one of the forks of Death Cap has come off and jammed up the weapon of First Law. A wild reversal, but completely legal. If you take the parts off of the robot, you get to keep them even if they're stuck inside of you. Now with only one weapon in the fight, even if it's not in an optimal position, Death Cap can be very strategic here. Meanwhile, First Law is going to try to bully Death Cap into the pit, into the corners, and do anything to stop that blade from spinning. They only let pins last for 10 seconds before they have to resume them and try it again. Both these spots getting precariously close to the pit. Death Cap had so much energy, but after that last pit ride, does not seem like she's in the best of places right way around now, but trying to go back into the pit for some reason. That weapon just is not beating as hard as it could. It's Death Cap's turn in order to get a pin on First Law. First Law had a fork stuck in the wall, but not as stuck as that fork is in Death Cap's weapon. These two are locked together, both fighting for traction. Death Cap popping First Law up, but not enough to get all the way over. And First Law goes in the pit themselves. First Law is now very stuck upside down. With 1 minute left, can Death Cap come over and rescue them? Can Death Cap do anything? And that's a knockout. Your winner by knockout is Death Cap.
Music Unlimited, followed by Underdog, Phantom 4, and then Showtime, Counterpunch. Anubis Unlimited, Underdog, Phantom 4, Showtime, Counterpunch.
Returning to the arena, we have Derivative in orange and black and Anubis in purple. I love those purple LEDs on Anubis. That looks so cool. 3 minutes on the clock for these two very powerful vertical spinners. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Anubis getting some nice maneuvering on Derivative off the start. He goes weapon to weapon with Derivative and pays the prize, but before sending him on a space program right to the corner, all of a sudden Anubis is starting to juggle him against the wall. Derivative is in the corner. He can try to be defensive, but that weapon is going to punch him hard. Anubis just relentlessly throwing him over and over into the corner. So many flips on that one. He would win at the X Games, but unfortunately, this is MassDestruction robot fighting. Anubis doesn't want Derivative out of the fight yet. He wants to keep chewing on him and playing with something. Even with that weapon gone, there's plenty of fun still to be had, and 2 minutes remaining in this match. Another fantastic flying hit. Derivative tries to take the most advantage out of Anubis, getting temporarily hung up on the wall, but pays for the price. Before ending up back in the pit. Anubis upside down, but gets himself the right way around in the most exciting way possible before starting to bully Derivative and put him into the pit too. Another good weapon-to-weapon hit. But with that weapon down on Derivative, it can't do much more than just soak up impacts. But ESC is starting to cog over, but still not keeping up. Halfway through this fight, Anubis is in the pit again. He's unused to this sort of hazard, and if he keeps face planting into it, it could be bad for him going forward. Another good cheeky hit coming from Anubis. As he keeps sending Derivative into the sky, Anubis upside down. Derivative capitalizes on it and tries to keep him awkward and in the corner and then in the pit. But now they're in there together. Both of them out. Anubis is going to make him pay for another hit. Anubis' forks are now stuck in the wall, but he makes himself free soon enough. Anubis still struggling to get a good line. Derivative is being a little too slippery for him right now. Derivative is trying to play a tight game and get Anubis stuck back in the wall to just make the punches stop. That would have been an ideal one, but instead he just sends chips everywhere. The drivetrain on Derivative showing no signs of slowing down, but that weapon has not returned. Weapon on Anubis is starting to slow down. Hopefully it's strategic. He's got to have enough battery to last the next 15 seconds before putting Derivative back into the pit. We're going to keep him on there before he goes one more chance on Space Mountain. Anubis upside down with 3 seconds left. Not a place he wants to be, but that's the end of this fight. Let's give a round of applause for both of our competitors, but especially for your winner by judges' decision, Anubis! That's a hard second place.
Underdog, Phantom 4, Showtime, Counterpunch.
Returning to the arena, we've got another long-term Mass Destruction competitor in Phantom 4. Phantom 4 has had a mixed result so far, winning his first fight by knockout and losing his second by judges. Meanwhile, he'll be going up against Underdog. Underdog is still hunting for that win, having been knocked out in the last 2 fights. This is going to be the last seeding round for these competitors, and Underdog is really going to need a win here in order to get into the tournament. 2 thumbs up. So, audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these robots getting up to speed. Phantom going right to the middle, and then closing the gap for a giant sparky finish. Underdog is upside down, really wearing that weapon out, and another huge hit coming from Phantom 4, sending chunks of him all over the arena. Underdog hung up right in front of me. Are we about to see him eviscerated by Phantom 4? We're about to see something. Phantom 4 is upside down in a way that he doesn't want to be. If he manages to strike Underdog, he can maybe get him out. Underdog is working on undoing, getting stuck on the wall in his ports. But it looks like he's down to a single wheel, and most of that top plate has been exploded. Phantom 4 is showing us a bunch of breakdancing here, but in the meantime, we're starting to have to count out Underdog. And that's the end of this fight. Your winner by knockout is Phantom 4. Returning to the arena, we've actually got a very fascinating fight coming up with Showtime in green versus Counterpunch in purple. Both of these robots have a equal ranking, with both of them having won 1 fight by knockout and 1 fight by judge's decision. Both are 4-wheel drive vertical spinners. Both are very fun and impressive to watch. But only one of them is going to get a better position going into the single elimination tournament coming from here.
They look like they could be a duo.
Both these robots have done very well today at Mass Destruction. We got 2 thumbs up. Audience, help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Counterpunch forgetting to get up to speed, but Showtime making him not forget before Showtime ends up in the pit. Counterpunch is upside down and doesn't drive anymore, and Showtime is also stuck. It looks like Counterpunch is stuck in the floor. Showtime's good enough to give us a Showtime. WPI versus MIT. It is one of the classic fights that we have seen here over and over again at MassDestruction. Both of these schools learning so much from each other while competing at the highest and smallest level. And today, so far, this has been WPI's fight to win. Counterpuncher is out, and Counterpuncher has tapped out, so your winner by knockout, and moving on to a very good position is Showtime!
Oh, he's split in half.
Yeah. A lot of our audience has a nice up-and-close view of Counterpuncher and can see a nice line going all the way across that robot, meaning he was only 1 or 2 hits away from throwing his robot guts everywhere. With so many of these robots being made out of cheap plastic on 3D printers, it's never been easier to give them good theming and good styling, and that couldn't be more emblematic than the 2 robots we have loading into the arena right now. Over here in the green corner, it's a swan with the Meddlesome Swan. And over on the audience's red square, the Mad Max themed Doug. Doug featuring 2 spinning weapons, both of them off of a 1-pound robot. He'll be going up against the pecking head of the Meddlesome Swan. Those angry twin teeth of Doug are up to speed and ready to go up against the Meddlesome Swan. 2 thumbs up. Audience, help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Doug is up to speed, and Swan is about to go into the pit. Silly goose, you gotta stay out of the pit. Doug somehow flipping over from accelerating too fast. Both these robots getting locked in together. Doug has ripped the googly eyes off of the Meddlesome Swan. Meddlesome Swan being a little worse for wear, and now very upside down. Is Doug going to flip him over again? And we have a tap out from Meddlesome Swan. Your winner by knockout is Doug. Let's give a round of applause for both of these robots.
floating into the cage. That's actually, I think that's the first time I've seen someone literally doing that.
Next time after your fight, maybe. Alright. Transmitters, power on.
Now in the arena, we have Lightly Toasted, the Undercutter in the red square, against Stress Concentration, the black robot in the green square. 3 minutes on the clock, 2 thumbs up. Audience, have a countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these robots getting up to speed. Stress Concentration thinking about going into the pit, but reconsiders. Good hit right off the start. It seems to be dominating from the horizontal, throwing them both to the side. Lightly Toasted is stuck on the edge and making an absolute racket as he tries to fight the arena, but the arena isn't who he needs to fight. He needs to fight Stress Concentration. Those forks of Lightly Toasted are being a little worse for wear, which seems to have him hung up on the side. He's trying to get that weapon back up to speed, but those forks keep wanting to get grabbed and dragged in, jamming up that weapon, and it seems like it's completely ineffectual at this point. Stress Concentration is going to make him pay for that, ripping the remainder of that fork off, but somehow Lightly Toasted has out-wedged an actual wedge. Those wedgelets now ripped off of Lightly Toasted were hanging up Stress Concentration for a second as he goes in and he knocks out the second fork from Lightly Toasted. Nice hit, ripping off the entire front armor from Lightly Toasted. He didn't seem to need it, as we're now getting some slow sawing action, and a nice gash has developed in the front of Lightly Toasted. Stress Concentration is now in the pit, and it looks like Lightly Toasted is no longer responding. Oh, he's come back. Stress Concentration is upside down. Both these robots are in the pit. We're going to roll the dice and see if that can wake either of them up. They're both trying to drive, but they're both very jammed up. Stress Concentration is right way around, but Lightly Toasted is still having difficulty getting out. Stress Concentration lines up for a hit. Those wheels are still moving, but he's not showing a whole lot of movement. Good hit there from Stress Concentration. That's the kind that you want to see. Getting lots of armor off and throwing it all around the arena. Stress Concentration trying to go for a cleanup job. Lightly Toasted decided to get behind him on the side where the weapon isn't. Not much of a pin. Lightly Toasted once again showing he has some kind of intermittent radio issue. It keeps disconnecting, and we're going to have to start counting him out again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Your winner by knockout is Stress Concentration.
Traditionally, what we do is if you fight the fourth time, we would take your 3 best results. So let's say you have 3 baby winners and a KO loss, and your KO loss would be gone, and you would have your 3 baby winners. That's how we do it, and that's a thank you for showing up on that show. So if your robot is right.
Returning to the arena are 2 of our very favorites here. Over on the audience's side in the red square, we've got the vertical spinner of Prince. Prince has won 1 by knockout and lost 1 by judge's decision. He'll be going up against Rickety Cricket, who has won 1 by knockout and 1 by judge's decision. 3 minutes on the clock. These are 2 incredibly powerful vertical spinners. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight!
Brandon Pitt. Art.
Rickety Cricket is slowly but surely moving his way across. Prince isn't going to have that weapon fully up to speed as Rickety Cricket makes a giant explosion on the wall. Rickety Cricket trying to keep that weapon front forward, and he does with a massive hit on Prince. Prince is now going to try to come around the backside. But without a whole lot of weapon speed, there's only so much he can do, which is push Rickety Cricket all around the arena. Both of these robots are hesitating, but that weapon on Rickety Cricket is down and it's back up. Prince going in, trying to cut away at some of the important bits of Rickety Cricket. Another massive weapon hit. While Prince feeds that weapon directly into the bulletproof glass we have here at our arena. Rickety Cricket's terror weapon still not pointed exactly where he needs it to be. Something strange has happened. Prince is still hesitating. Rickety Cricket is also not up to his full speed. Rickety Cricket has his weapon pointed in the wrong way as he does a chicken wiggle all the way around the arena. Now with that weapon dangerously close to our glass. And Rickety Cricket goes for a ride over to the pit and misses it before landing in the pit. And rocket jumping his own way out. Rickety Cricket being absolutely terrifying, breaking some of our floor material, but there's still a layer of steel underneath that. Prince is stuck firmly against the wall. Rickety Cricket might be going to unstick it, but that might not be a kind of unstick that Prince really wants to see. It gives him a pop, but looks like that is all that Prince wrote. Your winner by knockout is Rickety Cricket.
The floor exploded, so we either need to rage make a new one or just send it for the plants. In the pit. Yeah, we have that second piece, right?
Yeah, but it has no holes in it.
Send.
pretty raucously pitched. There we go. Could someone take some tape and tape this up? Like there. You got it so it's away from the hinge? Just get it so like there so it's away from the hinge. Thank you.
We have one beetle weight fight remaining before we go into our final seeding round. Despite all of the damage done to the floor, the logo is in still remarkably good shape, which I love to see. I spent a lot of time painting that. We're going to do one more seating round of Plastic Ant Weight robots before we move on to our official tournament. Just to give a quick report on how some of our robots are doing. With a score of 9 points. Right now, and again, these are not finalized yet. We're going to have to see one more fight with our fourth place in the tournament seating is the Power of Friendship. Third place is going to be a two-way tie between Phantom 4 and Rickety Cricket. Second place is a three-way tie between a lot of very favorite robots here of Mako, Anubis, and Showtime. And our first place, number one seed going into this tournament will be Turbo Fiend, the Red Demon. Audience, I have a pizza here.
Small pizza from Domino's.
Small Domino's pizza.
Half cheese.
Half cheese.
And dear sweet mother of God, half pineapple and mushroom.
And half pineapple and mushroom. Did anybody order a half pineapple and mushroom pizza?
Coke.
And a diet, regular Coke.
That's yours.
Thank you so much. We found the owner of this pizza. We're trying to find our last robot here with Murphy's Law. This is going to be the last one of our 3-pound seating fights, and here he comes to the arena. He's swapped out his usual bashing weapon blade for a giant saw blade. That looks cool. Thresher really looking for a photo finish to even get into the arena here. Screwing the wheels on while they are in the box.
the only thing you can actually hurt the robot on is good.
Alright, let's
Whoa! I was hitting the trigger. Sorry.
okay.
Pick it up like that.
Oh, the saw blade. That'll be the one.
Over in the red square, we have Murphy's Law. They're going to be going up against Thresher. Both these robots are ready to go. So, audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! That saw blade is up to a vicious speed. Thresher is running away as fast as he can, but it's only an 8-foot box. He only has so many places to go, and straight from the pit into that blade. Oh, first law, and there's his second wheel. Can he get all 4 before the end of this fight with 2 minutes 40 seconds, and he's got 3 down. Only 1 wheel left to go. Murphy's Law is about to get a total wheelification. This is one of the most exciting things, and we have a tap out. In less than 35 seconds, your winner is Murphy's Law. Round of applause. What an incredible performance. Look at all that damage. Those wheels are separated from the hubs. The hubs are all over the arena. The robot has nearly been sawed in half. The top plate is about to come off of Thresher. I've never seen such a destruction of a robot before.
Now here's another good question. Did it actually get hurt? A little bit. A little bit. Yep. Sorry. Huh? Apologize? What's good? I wish you guys had that right wing because I would like to. Oh, I know. I would have too. But, you know, first time bought thing. Yeah, for sure. Oh boy. Thank you. I mean,
And with that last fight, Murphy's Law is now in a safe 3rd place seed, tied there with Phantom 4 and Rickety Cricket.
I'll start at the back and come front.
In the arena right now, we've got Illegal Dorito and Metamoon. 3 minutes on the clock. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. 2 minutes on the clock with this 1 pound plastic weight class. Metamoon having a hard time finding her feet, whereas Illegal Dorito is fully up to speed, goes in for a nice cheeky hit. Gets one of those wedges lifted up on Metamoon. Illegal Dorito is now upside down. Not a place he wants to be. Not driving is great. But that weapon is still spinning and humming along very powerfully. Metamoon looking for a good angle to get that weapon on weapon hit. Illegal Dorito keeps darting away at the last minute before jumping into the pit himself. Metamoon upside down. Gets another smack on Illegal Dorito. Pit. Finally getting that nice weapon-to-weapon hit that we've been expecting this entire time, but not a whole lot of damage from it. Illegal Dorito getting a nice hit on Metamoon, throwing her clean across the arena. Illegal Dorito dangerously close to an unstable robot to the pit, but Metamoon about to end up there herself if she's not careful. Illegal Dorito trying to tee it up, but doesn't quite get it. Metamoon now stuck upside down, and without that weapon, she's not going to be able to drive great or move at all. 2 wheels on the ground is not quite enough for Metamoon, but she's still got a little bit of movement. Unclear if she's trying to play possum or if she's actually going to last out the remaining 30 seconds of this fight. Illegal Dorito still trying to get some kind of knockout. As Metamoon circles into the pit. The pit taketh away and the pit giveth, and it's got it the right way around, but it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of control on the robot. Somehow driving up upside down better than right way up, but with 10 seconds left, does it really matter? Hit! Hit! And that's the end of the fight, and all of our robots are in the pit. Your winner by judge's decision is Illegal Dorito.
So I don't really think we have another option other than having Maxident and Chicane face off again. They're both tied. We have 17 robots.
Yeah. Well, we just gotta. Well, we can do the rest of the bracket, but it's got to be that.
That's got to be first.
Yeah, that first. Everybody else, and then them again in the same one.
Yeah.
So we should find somebody to go warn them.
Okay. Well, I'll just yell.
You guys are perfectly tied across the board.
Now in the arena, we've got, I've been saying his name the wrong the whole time, Gerald. Gerald's going to be going up against Fury. 2 minutes on the clock, 2 thumbs up. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Both these vertical spinners coming up to speed.
Brandon Pitt down.
Good initial hit from Gerald. Gerald's had a dominating performance so far. Gerald seems to have a speed advantage over that weapon of Fury. Fury's self-riding arm still isn't working out as well as he wants it to. Fury is very upside down. Gerald is very not spinning. I'd like to take this chance to remind my audience to please do not touch the arena. I'm seeing some hands pressed against the arena. Please don't do that. It's for your safety as well as ours. Fury is not moving. And that's the end of this fight. Your winner by knockout is Gerald. Gerald now has a perfect record within the Plastic Ants, winning every single one of their fights by knockout. This is going to give them very strong seeding going into the tournament.
Sort by color, the best way to sort. And to fuck with Brandon, who's colorblind.
Doors are now closing on Fury. Wait, nope. Midas versus Synthwave. Midas is over here in gold and red, going up against the yellow, blue, white, purple, every color of the rainbow, and no coordination across them. Synthwave. Both these robots ready. 2 minutes on the clock. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these robots getting up to speed. Midas is trying to find a good angle at the start, but Synthwave manages to nope right out of there. Not fast enough, though, and Midas gets a good hit on the bottom. Synthwave is now flipping himself over out of some strange confusion strategy. It doesn't seem like it's working very well for him. It looks like there's some tape or something on top of Synthwave. I hope that's not holding anything important onto the robot, but Midas ends up in the pit. What a flight there of Midas. Turn that weapon off for his own safety, but now getting back into the game with 1:20 remaining. Midas now seems very stuck on just driving around in a circle. I wonder if he still has control of his robot. This is not the robot we saw before he went into the pit. Synthwave, in the meantime, is still trying to slowly but surely inch out a good hit or two on Midas.
I think Midas is going to be a fair hazard. Oh, he's just driving around in a circle. He has zero control.
"40 seconds remaining in this fight. Midas not showing any of that control he started the fight with, while Synthwave is making something happen. Synthwave does a gentle nudge to get Midas into a pit. Midas now struggling on that cratered surface of the pit, whereas Synthwave is able to pull himself off of it. Synthwave trying to go in and find a good angle for a hit, but he gets both of them into the pit. Synthwave nearly knocks himself out. Midas is now stuck on his butt, but he comes back down. And that is the end of this fight. Round of applause for both of our competitors who are looking a little worse for the wear after that. Hey, knock it off, you two.
Who do you think that was? Yeah, might have started.
Your winner by judges' decision is Synthwave.
Gerald won by knockout, right?
Yeah, so Gerald. Returning to the arena in black and white, we've got Never Eat Soggy Waffles. It looks like he's got so many electrical gremlins. He's trying to believe in a higher power to make his robot work, and the higher power being his friend holding his radio right next to his robot. He'll be going up against Miniator Mark II. Miniator Mark II featuring a significantly larger weapon than the previous one. Two minutes on the clock. 2 thumbs up. Audience, please on the countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these robots getting up to speed. Very glad to see Soggy Waffles have his weapon back up. Survives first contact with the enemy, which is always good to see. Little bits of white stuff are going places. I don't know where that's from. Hit. Soggy Waffles has decided to keep spinning while he was in the pit, but now he's stuck on his butt. Miniator was just plain stuck. We're going to give both these robots a chance to come down. Miniator is gracious enough to push him in and then also into the pit. Soggy Waffles back on the hunt, trying to get some kind of good hits. See if we can't kick off more pieces of orange plastic before ending up back in the pit. The weapon on Miniator seems to have gone down after that first big hit, which is a strategic win for Soggy Waffles as we go into the second half of this fight. More chunks coming off of Miniator from Soggy Waffles. Soggy Waffle actually starting to show some good driving competency here. Hunting around and going for a good angle rather than just bashing into a wall over and over again, or going back into the pit. Miniator hiding out in the corner, the worst place for an undercutter to be, but still a safe strategic decision. Both these robots now grappling together, neither of them with any weapons working. Hopefully one of them can bring it back. Be cool to see one more big hit. There's a little bit of spinning coming on from Soggy Waffles. Not quite enough for a big hit, but still some bolts are coming off, and it looks like the top plate is starting to come off of Miniator. If we're lucky and we get one more really big hit, we could see another battery ejection. But 5 seconds left. This fight is going to the judges. And your winner by judges' decision is Never Eat Soggy Waffles. Woo.
They will face the number one seed Turbo King. Coming down the bracket final, the 8 seed Power of Friendship. This is the 9 seed First Law. Then the next fight after that, 5 seed Murphy's Law. Plastic X. Then the 4 seed Showtime versus the 13 seed Derivative. The 6 seed Champion 4 versus the 11 seed Mothership. The 3 seed Anubis versus the 14 seed Stress Concentration. The 7 seed Rickety Cricket versus the 10 seed Counterpunch. And then the 2nd seed Mako versus the 15th seed Prince. That will be the Beetle Race bracket. We're going to start off with that 1960 fight and then move on to Power Friendship first round and the Rookies last third leg. So if you're in that, please be ready.
Looks like Orca is doing a little bit of last-minute work on his robot. Oh no, he's taking his robot apart. He completely forgot to put his battery in his robot.
He's right there on the other side of your computer screen.
Orca's really coming down to a photo finish here as he does work on his robot in the arena, normally something we do not approve of. If anybody wants to critique him on his technique, now is the time.
You want to feel something creepy?
Come on, Orca. You're not saving the whales here.
Just like dollar store video cameras.
Orca, you are infuriating me, but I do really like your shirt. That is one of my favorite guitarists. He is very cool and very chill. Everybody look up Masayoshi Takayami. He's very cool. A lot of surfer chill rock vibes. He even plays a guitar that's shaped like a surfboard. Okay, both robots are actually in the arena and spinning their weapons. I hope that was well worth the wait, but with 2 minutes on the clock, I better see his thumbs up there, otherwise I'm going to be very upset. Audience, please on the countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these vertical drums are getting up to speed. Addition so far has won every one of his fights by knockout. Orca's 1-1, both on judges' decisions, so it could be anybody's game here. Orca manages to get some really nice chunks off the front of Addition. Addition is now ripping chunks off of his own robot as he tries to start chewing away at Addition. It seems like this might be a battle of materials, and one that Orca is winning. More chunks are coming off of Addition. I don't know where they're coming from. Nice struggle there from Orca, getting even more bits. Addition up on his head and in the corner. Orca bullying him, and it looks like that weapon on Addition is about to fall off. All the supports on one side have been completely removed. 1 or 2 more big hits, and this drum is going to fly off of Addition. And the bolt has completely come off of the far side weapon support of Edition. He still seems to have some kind of internal support, but I'm optimistic that we're going to see this robot completely fall apart. 40 seconds remaining. Come on, Orca. You must have made it worth my while. First big right out of the pit for Edition, but that drum shows no signs of slowing down. Edition is now on the attack, but he's not able to remove any parts away from Orca, but he does take him to the wall. Another good rally between these two robots as both of them are fighting for dominance on who's got the faster weapon with the better material. And I'm just waiting for that one big hit. I just want to see that weapon fly off. Please, Orca. I gave you so much time. And with 5 seconds left in this fight, this is going to the judges, who are going to call it for your winner, Orca. Let's give a round of applause for both of these competitors, although we would have liked to have seen the drum fall completely off of Edition. Second to last, plastic ant weight fight. These have been such a joy to see. Lots of bits of plastic thrown all across the arena. Over on the audience's red square, we've got Hobbles. Hobbles is another gyro walker. He's going to need a little bit of brush assistance to get to his starting square. He's yet to find that win that he really needs to get into the tournament. He'll be going up against Icarus. Icarus had a dominating first fight, winning by knockout, but really struggled in his second with it. Ended up going to a judge's decision. 2 minutes on the clock. Both these competitors are ready. Are not ready. Hobbles seems to have some turning functionality issues. We're going to scrub this fight for now. No, he doesn't. We're unfortunately going to postpone that one and do Spillway versus Belladonna real quick before starting our Beetleweight single elimination bracket. Returning to the arena for our final seeding match. In the audience's red square, we've got Spillway. Spillway's had a dominating performance so far with a slow, methodical destruction of his enemies. He's going to be going up against Belladonna, who's 1 win and 1 loss. She's ready to go. 2 minutes on the clock. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Spillway's up to speed, and so is Belladonna. Spillway gets that first cheeky hit, flipping Belladonna over, then ripping one of the forks off. Belladonna's weapon causing them to rocket jump directly into the pit, but we're going to eject her from it anyways. Spillway having a hard time figuring out what's going on. Meanwhile, Belladonna's weapon has completely fallen apart just from its own centrifugal force. It seems like half of the drive of Spillway has gone down. That's going to really cause him to struggle for his usual controlled style, but he still has a weapon. Belladonna really can't say the same even if she still has 2 wheels. Both these robots drifting around the arena with incredible skill and grace. Spillway going upside down, not a place he wants to be, and he manages to get himself right way around. Both these robots still trying to hunt and use limited control to get one more weapon-to-weapon hit. Spillway pushing the back of Belladonna. Still not getting that big weapon-to-weapon hit that we as the audience really want or deserve. And Spillway is hesitating even more. We're still seeing a lot of exciting movement coming out of Belladonna. Love to see that energy. But that weapon has given up the ghost completely for Belladonna. 30 seconds left in this fight. Hopefully get to see one more big smack. It seems like there's an intermittent connection somewhere in Spillway. He keeps throttling up or off. Well, like beyond that, he's turning on and off. Final pair of hits there from Spillway. Three, 2, 1. That's the end of this fight.
It's got to be Spillway, unfortunately.
And your winner by judge's decision is Spillway. Question mark? It was very close. Okay, a little more brush action. Hopefully Hobbles is ready to go. All right, Hobbles cracking his neck, getting ready for the fight. 2 thumbs up. Icarus is waiting. Audience, help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! With these big vertical spinners up to speed as Hobbles wobbles his way right to the center of the arena, keeping the pointy end pointed where it needs to be, and now it goes into the floor. Icarus trying to shove Hobbles into the pit. Hobbles is going to use gyroscopic precession to rocket jump his way out of there. Icarus not sure the best way to attack this, so he runs away and hides in the pit. Not a strategic decision. And that weapon on Icarus looks like it is down. Hobble's still having a great time bouncing around the arena. Almost falls in the pit, but manages to pull it back right at the last second. Giant hit on the top of Icarus, sending parts flying everywhere. If he can turn it around, and he does, he gets some more chunks off of Icarus. Hobble's struggling to get off the pad of the pit. We're going to give him a little bit of assistance. Icarus going in to give him a push, but slightly regretting that as one of his forks gets a lot more shredded. Icarus running out of strategic options, but he's now stuck upside down. Is Hobbles going to go and give him one more hit? Unfortunately, it seems like Hobbles is not going to give us that satisfaction, and he wants to win this fight by knockout. Icarus trying to do anything to get flipped back over, but it's all in vain. And your winner by knockout is Hobble. Well,
He is? Oh, judges or mutual knockout?
Yeah, they both double knockout.
So who wins?
audience, stand by for just a second. The ending of that fight was a little unclear to me. All right, judges have conferred. We agreed that that was a mutual knockout instead of a single knockout, which means it's going to go to a judge's decision, which we've also thoroughly discussed. And we've decided that your winner by judge's decision is Hobbles. All right, we got a little distracted here, but we're going to go back to 3 pounds for the first fight of the tournament. And this is actually a very special play-in match. This is going to be between Chicane and Maxident, who are just going to both be fighting each other. The winner gets to go up against Turbo Fiend. Oh boy, I hope they're excited. 3 minutes on the clock. Let's get this out of the way real quick. Audience, help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Chicane is quick across the arena and quick into the pit. We're going to get him out. None of the weapons of Maxident are spinning, which is sort of a familiar sight for us. One half of Maxident goes into the pit. All 3 robots in the pit. One of those weapons is spinning. It gets one part of Maxident stuck against the wall, but now Chicane is also very stuck against the wall. 30 seconds into the fight, they're starting to wiggle their way free, but they might have to do a little bit better than that. Maxident trying to help them as best as they can. Unclear if Maxident wants to win this fight, so they have to fight Turbo Fiend. Oh, and it seems like they're free, and we're getting nice sparks coming right from Maxident. It's one of the best hits that we saw Maxident do all day. And Chicane is stuck in the wall again. And out. Nice cheeky hit there from Maxident onto the front of Chicane. Both these robots ending up in the pit. Maxident doing a very cool flip before immediately getting herself stuck underneath the pit. Chicane very stuck in the wall. If either of the weapons on Maxident work, this would be a great time to capitalize on it and start doing some damage to a weaponless robot as we're halfway through this fight. Very cool holographic pattern on the underside of that wedge for Chicane. Unfortunately, cool points do not go very far in this competition, although they do go very far into my heart. One of the weapons of Maxident keeps spinning up. The robot can't figure out if it wants to be right side up or upside down. It's been a minute since any of these pit-happy robots have been into the pit. And Chicane is back in the pit. Chicane is once again stuck on the edge of the pit. We're going to let him go. All 3 robots are in the pit. All of these robots are once again stuck around the pit. I'm sure Turbo Fiend is watching this fight in nervous anticipation for what's coming next for her. 3, 2, 1. That's the end of this fight. Your winner by judge's decision is Maxident. Maxident now has a very short period of time to get their robots back together before they have to fight Turbo Fiend. Returning to the arena is the fan favorite, the Power of Friendship. They spent a little bit too long of the last match getting stuck on the vent grate, but hopefully this time they can get stuck on a robot. They'll be going up against First Law. This is the 8th seed versus the 9th seed. Both of these robots have had a start and stop, but let's go ahead and see who wins. Audience, help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Power of Friendship a little unsure of what's going on. The weapon on First Law is getting the most powerful and up to speed that we've seen so far. Tossing Power of Friendship before doing their own somersaults. This is a completely different First Law than we've seen so far. Before, he's had a very methodical and slow drive, but now he's going almost too fast to even steer. That weapon isn't singing the same tune that it was before, which means it's time for the Power of Friendship to come in with aggressive pecking. And here Poke comes in, and he's in. Nope, his drill bit has broken off at the top. Poke is going in for a second time. He's gotten locked into the channel. Can he cut the belt or the wires of First Law? That weapon has gone silent on First Law. Meanwhile, the other one of Power of Friendship has gotten stuck on a floor. The weapon has come back from First Law for the next 2 minutes, and he's stuck in the pit. Upside down is not a place you want to be near the Power of Friendship. He's got the drill lined up. The audience is starting to sound like 2008 Sarah Palin. Drill, baby, drill. Some of you weren't even around for 2008, and that scares me. The Power of Friendship has swapped away from drilling and gone to friendly tapping. Wonderful romantic do-si-do. Going in for an additional drill pack. Is it going to get anything good? Power of Friendship is still bouncing around, trying to get a good angle and a good grab. First Law still hasn't gotten a lot of good, successful hits, although the Power of Friendship is starting to fall apart. With 30 seconds left, is the front on that one robot Poke going to stay together? And the answer might not surprise you, is no. That LiPo is dangerously close to coming out in the last 15 seconds. Three, two, one. That's the end of this fight. Let's give a round of applause for both of our competitors here. Fight's over, guys. You don't have to keep going. We have a split judges' decision. This one was actually a little very, very close, but your winner is First Law. We normally love to see the Power of Friendship and Kakato Mane go as far as he can, but it seems like this time the front falling off, the battery hanging out, and bouncing a little too much around the arena did not work out too well. The winner of that First Law will be going on to face the winner of Turbo Fiend versus Maxident. Thanks everybody for your patience. We got 3 robots in the arena with Murphy's Law versus Scrambled Eggs. 3 minutes on the clock. Please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both of Scrambled Eggs are spinning up. That's a relief to see. Murphy's Law also spun up. That big undercutter starting to take chunks off of the green one from Scrambled Eggs. Some big hits onto those tiny little 2-pound robots. Oh, that sounded very expensive, whatever that was, coming off of orange from Scrambled Eggs. Murphy's Law now bullying the green one relentlessly. Seems to have picked a good strategy of just pick one and knock him out before going after the second one. If you split your attention across 2 robots, one of them can sneak up on you just like that. Murphy's is a little unsteady after that, but he doesn't have a whole lot left to worry about because it looks like orange is down for the count. Green tries to go for a face-to-face against Murphy's Law. Murphy's Law doing a great job of getting behind them and slowly but surely taking those wheels off. The green robot seems to have had his weapon support cut off, so his weapon is now bouncing against the ground. He's stuck in a vertical position. Now he's upside down. Still not a great place for him to be. Is that weapon on Murphy still running? Yes, it is. It's just so quiet. Dominating performance here from Murphy's Law, but he's going to have to knock both of these equal-weighted robots out in order to win and progress in the bracket. Nasty little hit there. Green robot freaks out and tries to rocket jump all over the arena, but that's not always a valid strategy. What a horrible noise. As that weapon is just grinding against the ground. One minute left. That is not a noise you want your robot to be making. The green one is now stacked against the wall and into the pit. We're going to bounce him back out. But he's pretty well hung up. And that weapon on the green one is cracked. I may have overstated the damage, but still, the green one is looking significantly worse for the wear in the last 30 seconds. He's down to a single wheel and no weapon, going up against the 4 of Murphy's Law. Murphy's Law doesn't get any points for winning by knockout at this stage in the game, but he is very fun to watch. Ten seconds left, and Murphy's Law is going to use it to try to get that last wheel. But it's too late, and this one is going to the judges. But it's going to be a really quick decision for your winner, Murphy's Law. Let's give a round of applause for all 3 of our robots for a great fight. Doors are closing on this 3-pound fight with two of the most energetic and wild robots that we have seen so far, and I'm very excited about it. In the red square, we've got Phantom 4, who is a unstable overcutter. He'll be going up against Mothership in the green square, who is an unstable vertical spinner. 2 thumbs up. Audience, who needs stability? Help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Massive rush there from Mothership, trying to get the best of Phantom 4, but he wasn't fast enough. Both these robots now going to opposite sides of the arena. A little woozy and uncontrolled as Phantom 4 slowly make the Phantom out of our floor. Phantom 4 now upside down, his trademark place to be, and spend most of his matches until he's in the pit. He's back on it. Mothership is down at drive side as Phantom 4 tries to find stability. Just waiting for another big hit, but Phantom 4 has decided to get stuck in the wall instead. Mothership's going to try to go for a big hit. There are no bonus points at this point for knocking him through. Phantom 4 still figures it out anyway. Phantom 4 doing a fantastic hit of knocking off his own wheel, getting stuck in the wall, and throwing Mothership clean across the arena. He's going to try to get that one more hit on Phantom 4, but we're going to have to start counting him out unless he does get it. It's a pretty good pry action. Come on. A great hit, and he gets free long enough to stop the count out. But he's going to have to do that one more time. And that's a knockout, unfortunately. Phantom 4 keeps getting stuck in the wall, which has cost him moving on to the next stage. And your winner is Mothership.
So here's the problem, and here's why when Seth, I didn't.
You didn't touch one of my wheels, but this gearbox, I think, exploded. I have.
Sorry, not to swap for like a basic meeting. No, I didn't put your family in. Hold on one second. Hold on. You might need to go get could I my family is just about to show up. Could I bump one match if I'm sorry, not to be a pain. I might be bumping one match to do something. Ricky,
It's harder to do in the garage.
counter punch. Counter punch. Are you okay?
Run it then. Running, rickety cricket, and counterpunch.
I heard the thump of you setting that down from my pit table. Intimidating.
And loading into the arena now, we have Rickety Cricket and Counterpunch.
No, I understand. But, like, it just didn't get it. All right. Here's what I propose. Talk to can we grab
The doors of the arena have now closed. In our green square, we have our 3-pound walker for today, Rickety Cricket. And in the red, Counterpunch. Our builders are ready. Audience, are you ready? Then let's count them down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Counterpunch taking that second that it takes Rickety Cricket to get moving to approach and get in position and knock Rickety Cricket into the pit. Rickety Cricket going up in the air briefly, trying to get walking and get in position again. Back into the pit now. Back out. Trying to get oriented. Uh-oh, and they're both, Rickety Cricket almost went in the pit with Counterpunch. Counterpunch in the pit alone. They're both in the pit now. And up they go. Nope, never mind. Rickety Cricket back down. And there Rickety Cricket is. Rickety Cricket still dangerously hanging out around the pit. Counterpunch ready to try and knock Rickety Cricket back in, but trying to avoid that blade. See that blade do a lot of damage earlier in the day. Counterpunch with a nice hit to the rear of Rickety Cricket. Rickety Cricket deciding to fight the arena. I don't recommend that. The arena is not your enemy. And there goes Counterpunch bouncing around. Rickety Cricket spinning up, skipping across the floor here. And, into the pit, out of the pit, and up into the air. Counterpunch chasing Rickety Cricket around, trying to stay behind that blade. And once again, into the pit, just taking chunks out of the sides of it there. Once again, Rickety Cricket, I promise, the arena is not your enemy. Off the wall, into the pit, and back out of the pit. Counterpunch, just keeping good distance here. Trying to get in the position for another hit. Rickety Cricket said, don't need you to hit me. I will hit myself into the pit. Counterpunch trying to avoid that blade still. Not wanting to become like before. Covered in all sorts of gouges. And Rickety Cricket sending itself into that corner there after a hit from Counterpunch. Counterpunch trying to get behind Rickety Cricket again. Rickety Cricket trying to keep it from going there. Counterpunch near the rear and hitting Rickety Cricket into the wall. Rickety Cricket skipping here off of that vent plate. Digging into the kick plates. Flipped through the air by a hit in the rear from Counterpunch. Stuck there on the end, bouncing itself into the walls. Just around 10 seconds left in the fight. Seems like Rickety Cricket is still fighting the arena more so than Counterpunch. Getting itself oriented here. 2-1, and that is our fight. And your winner by judge's decision is Counterpunch.
Let's get the sweeping action going, because that, we lost one carry full. Can I get that little gun?
Audience, we have a treat especial for you with Anubis versus Stress Concentration. The winner of this will be facing off against Mothership in the next round. Anubis is the third seed. Stress Concentration in the 14th seed. One of these robots showing a dominating performance, another one almost eking it out. 3 minutes on the clock, 2 thumbs up. Audience, please on the countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these robots up to speed. Stress Concentration stuck in the middle of the arena. Anubis is going to make him pay for that. Anubis quick to the corner. Stress Concentration not showing as much maneuverability as he wants. Anubis ending up in the pit before smashing the wall in the corner. That broken floor is really starting to wear heavily on a lot of our competitors. But it's part of the game. You have to be able to deal with an arena that gets destroyed as both the fights and the competition goes on. Wonderful hit there on the Stress Concentration, and another straight weapon to weapon, throwing Stress Concentration into the pit and setting him up. Anubis is a little unsure on if he wants to get on that platform, but Stress Concentration wants to get off. Good rally there. Anubis hesitating for a second before getting back in the game. Drifting against the walls in order to try to build up the ultimate speed. Girl bossing a little too close to the sun and ending up in the pit. Stress Concentration almost with a hit on the backside of Anubis. That could have been a game changer. Unfortunately, it seems like Anubis has turned off. And with 1:40, we might have to start counting him out. What a absolute reversal of circumstances here. Stress Concentration still moving and still showing movement, but unfortunately, we have had to count Anubis out. What a change and what an upset. Your winner is Stress Concentration. Let's give a round of applause for them. I wouldn't have put money on them going into this fight, but this just goes to show, like any fight in combat robots, anything can happen as long as you show up.
Yo, you hear that? Anything can happen as long as you show up.
I promise you, I'm making up motivational speeches.
I'll get one. I'll devour that. Yo. What was the other guy that won?
Stress Concentration just won. That one.
Concentration beat Nubis. He's like a champion. Anything can happen as long as you show up. Yeah. Show up.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Also surprised I came from. It's at home. It's fine, neither of us have an English shirt. You just have the team shirt.
You can actually wear a tank top. It's so cool.
Yeah, it's. I saw you walk in and I didn't know it was you. It's the first time I've seen you since you shaved.
Would you look at that? It's our good friends with Maxident. Maxident is fresh over their play-in win against Chicane. And they get the honor and pleasure of going head-to-head against Turbo Fiend. Turbo Fiend, who so far is completely undefeated and has won every fight by knockout.
Back all the time. It's me second ago.
What's this next? I know why they yelled at me from the
We are closing the doors on Turbo Fiend versus Maxident. Looks like Turbo Fiend might have some communication difficulties, whether that's a question on if they've got the correct model selected on the radio or they need to give everything a power cycle. Oh, there we go. That's some good energy. And the weapons there too. Exciting. All right, the red Turbo Fiend in the red square. Maxident is in the green. Let's count down from 5. Wait, hold on. I need all of my young audience members on the far side especially. If you are touching the polycarbonate, I need you to take one step back, especially if you're doing it with your face. That's not going to go well for you, trust me. I figured that out the hard way. All right, 3 minutes on the clock. Let's count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Turbo Fiend not pulling any punches, going straight in, getting one of Maxident flipped over, taking the other one to the pit, gently knocking her in before going after her sister robot. One of Maxident is already upside down, not a great place that they enjoy being, and stuck against a wall. Turbo Fiend is really slowly trying to get through that top plate, see if they can't get any of those ooey gooey internals. That weapon of Turbo Fiend just grinding away at the soft plastic of Maxident. And it seems like both of Maxident are pretty dead at this point. The one who's upside down is still struggling, but having a hard time finding any traction. Turbo Fiend's going to give them a quick little pop, see if they don't come back to life. They're twisting, but they're not moving as much as they need to. And we're going to have to count them out. And that's the fight. Your winner by double knockout is Turbo Fiend. They'll be going up against First Law in the next round. Yes, it'll be good.
Acquire your robot.
And now for our last first round beat-away tournament fight. We've got Mako going up against Lightly Toasted. They were originally supposed to go up against Prince, but they have forfeited, and instead, Lightly Toasted has decided to come to the arena to shoot their shot at the tournament. Mako is undefeated so far, winning 2 of those fights by knockout, so I wish them the best of luck. They're having a fun time turning on their robot. The doors are closed. It sounds like there may be some technical difficulties with Lightly Toasted, but I'm not seeing them so far. And it seems like there might be some technical difficulties with Mako, but I'm also not seeing them so far. Okay. 3 minutes on the clock. 2 thumbs up. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! That undercutter is getting up to speed as Mako has very quickly reconfigured themselves to fighting an undercutter instead of the giant vertical spinner of Prince. It's now an overcutter, which is a very scary place to be, but they're going to use teamwork to try to get that blade shoved into the wall. It does not quite work out, and bits and pieces of Mako come off. They're going to try a new strategy of throwing Lightly Toasted into the pit to try to slow that weapon down. Lightly Toasted now stuck against the wall, pinned solidly with one half of Mako. We're going to free them. And now the scary half. That saw is going straight through that top plate, making lots of carbon fiber dust. Don't breathe that. And it looks like he got something super important because Lightly Toasted is not moving anymore. And we have a tap out, which means your winner is Mako. They'll be going up against Counterpuncher in the next round. So, audience, you may have noticed, instead of putting 2 robots in, we are actually putting 4. That's because there is a tie for 7th and 8th place across 4 robots. So, in this very special case, with this very special fight, we're just going to have all 4 of them play off for the final 2 positions. So, we're looking for 2 winners here. If 2 robots get disabled halfway through this fight, they're going to be eliminated, and the 2 remaining will get to go forward. They don't have to finish each other off. The door is closed. We've got 3 minutes, which is a little uncharacteristically long on the clock. Hopefully we have 4 working robots. Does Synthwave work? All right, we're ready to go. Audience, who wants to see an ant weight rumble? Woo! All right, please tell me countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! All 4 of these robots spinning up. Looks like Fury is trying to take on Belladonna. Belladonna doing their characteristic falling apart. Soggy Waffles in the pit. Belladonna only half a weapon, showing a lot of unbalanced vibration. Soggy Waffles is now very stuck on the pit. Gonna give him another bump. Synthwave is just hanging out in the corner, already down a drive side. I don't think they even hit anybody. They've just been slowly but surely trying to make their way across the arena. Really, the only fight here seems to be happening between Fury and Belladonna, but Soggy Waffles is slowly closing in on Synthwave. I hope they remember that they actually have to fight. They can't just drive around each other for 3 straight minutes. Soggy Waffles now stuck on the edge. Synthwave trying to go in for a hit. That weapon on Soggy Waffles is starting to spin back up. Synthwave is in the pit. And Synthwave has ejected their drum. We've got a bot explosion here, throwing the 3 remaining survivors. The next robot to lose is out. Two minutes into this fight. Everybody's still going strong. Belladonna has characteristically thrown away her weapon. Fury is just slowly but surely chewing on stuff. And Soggy Waffles is doing whatever Soggy Waffles likes to do. Parts of robots are flying off and going into the ceiling. Just need 1 more robot to get knocked out. Come on. Soggy Waffles into the pit. And out. Belladonna volunteering herself for the pit. And out. Drive on Belladonna, very impressive. It just keeps going. After that first fight of just losing a wheel spontaneously. A vertical spinner on Fury. Starting to show some hesitation, but now Fury is upside down and they get themselves righted. 10 seconds left. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's the end of this fight. And your winners going into the tournament are Soggy Waffles and Fury. Thanks to everybody who participated. That was kind of fun. Returning to the arena to face off one more time, it's Orca versus Spillway. Both these are four-wheel drive, control-focused drum spinners. Who during a pretty brutal last fight ended up tearing a little too much off of each other as Spillway broke himself on Orca's face. Spillway getting a little too excited there and driving over to the wrong side of the arena. I'm going to put 2 minutes on the clock here. All right, audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Both these vertical spinners up to speed. Spillway's upside down. Orca makes him pay for that before taking him right back to the corner. So far, Orca dominating the first 10 seconds of this match, which is a good critical position to start in. Spillway breaking free, trying to get some distance and use the speed to his advantage. Gets a good hit in on Orca. The bottom side of Orca says hi. Spillway is going to make sure to show that off as much as he can. Orca checking the wall for some reason. Spillway literally driving circles around Orca, but it seems to be a trap where now he's got Spillway stuck in a corner. Spillway's classically trying to fight the arena, but the arena weighs a lot more than him. Ends up in the pit and upside down for his troubles. Spillway's drive is looking a little worse for the wear. He's trying to do some dynamic self-righting where he just smacks the floor enough times that eventually he'll land the right way around. Orca taking total domination of that, and it looks like Spillway's is down a drive side. Spillway's is really rubbing his weapon there to try to get that tip speed advantage. Meanwhile, Orca's upside down. Takes a minute to flip himself right way around, but now Spillway's is stuck on the floor. He's going to try to throttle his way out of it. Orca really needs to play a slow and careful game here. If he goes weapon to weapon, he's going to get thrown across the arena again. He needs to sneak around the back and try to take out that other drive side. And he almost does it, but misses it right at the last second. He's about to throw caution to the wind and go weapon to weapon in the corner. Maybe not the greatest of ideas, but it is showing aggression. In his final 5 seconds, he finally gets the good hit that he wants. And with 1 second left, this fight is over. Let's get a round of applause for your winner, Orca. Two red robots are now in the arena with Addition and Icarus, the 3 and 6 seed, in that order. Addition is giving himself a little bit of driving practice, trying to get a good sense for how messed up the floor is before we get started. 2 thumbs up, audience, help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these vertical spinners up to speed, picking up some arena swarf. Looks like the fork has come off of Icarus almost immediately. There is another fork that is almost gone from Fury, and a lot of that side armor is coming off too. The top plate is reasonably cracked. Addition is making a lot of those hits really stack up. Icarus is stuck up against the wall, and it looks like Addition has no inclination to take him down off of it. Now that we're in the tournament, we really can't blame our competitors for leaving them stuck like this. There's nothing to be gained and only things to be lost. Your winner by knockout is Addition. For anyone wondering, that is one of our trophies here. We're going to make sure that a little bit of mass destruction comes home with whoever wins that trophy.
I'll grab this if you want to grab. You can shove even further so he can go. Okay. So, everything's wrong.
We're going to Turbo Beam in first long box, followed by Murphy's Law and Showtime, and Mothership Stress Off Retreat.
Yeah, it looks like they're.
Hey everybody, if I could just get eyes and ears for 15 seconds here. We have an award that we'd like to give out. So we have a number of awards that we give out that are not directly performance related. The first one that we're going to give out is the Unstore Your Drive Award for the best repair. And this goes to a builder or a team that has exceptional spirit and rebuilds the robot time and time again. And we're putting on an excellent show today. This one is going to go to Synthwave.
Right now,
We're going to take a quick little swap back to our 3-pounders with two of our more competitive vertical spinners here. Both these robots 2-wheel drive. This is for the quarterfinals. And the green square, we've got Turbo Fiend. And the red square, we've got First Law. 3 minutes on the clock. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these robots up to speed. First Law is trying to hide in the corner. Turbo Fiend is taking a very slow and methodical approach. Turbo Fiend actually getting flipped upside down. First Law is in the pit. They managed to do a full somersault. It looks like that last hit hit him pretty badly. Their weapon is now down. They're trying to spin it back up. It doesn't seem to have enough energy. Turbo Fiend hesitating a little more than we're used to seeing her, but they're definitely an endurance player willing to outlast all of their opponents. She's now on the other foot. Turbo Fiend is taking First Law into the corner, trying to win points back with the judges. Those big TPU forks are providing immeasurable effect here of just bouncing off the wall. Turbo Fiend now trying to get into the back in the soft belly of First Law. Neither of these robots performing particularly well on top of our ventilation grate. They're locked together, but we're going to make them undo that just to keep the fight moving. Turbo Fiend possibly shifting strategies here, going for a more wide and sweeping series of hits rather than these close locks, but we're right back into another one as these two similarly sized robots go into the second half of this match. Turbo Fiend manages to get First Law into the pit, showing very good control. Weapon on First Law was back for just a second, but then it went away. Another good hit on that nice soft gooey underside. Looks like there's a titanium plate down there. Something important just got ripped off of First Law. So important. Oh, they were just playing possum. As Turbo Fiend tries to get off and get back to having an advantage. Wins the first hit there. Gets him flipped upside down. Another hit onto the back. Turbo Fiend almost had them to take them to the cleaners, and they're doing it all the way across with a nice flip and another hit into the wall. These two robots are locked together one more time. Those two weapons are very close to touching tips, but still not quite there. Turbo Fiend wins another interaction. And now First Law is upside down, not a place they want to be, especially not with Turbo Fiend right underneath them. Turbo Fiend doing a quick strategic withdrawal to try to get a longer impact. These two robots still getting tangled up into each other instead of big hits, just a lot of short strategic ones as we go into the final 10 seconds. Looks like one of the drive sides on First Law is down, but these two robots are stuck together for one final hit. And that's the end of this round. Let's give a round of applause for both of our competitors here.
That was Turbo Fiend.
But especially your winner, Turbo Fiend. They'll be going up against the winner of Murphy's Law and Showtime in the next round.
They are moving, but they need to get off the plate, just so the judges know. Huh? Okay. Just leave, yeah. Okay.
are closing the doors on another 3-pound fight with Mothership going up against Stress Concentration. Mothership in the quintessential purple and green going up against the all blacked out Stress Concentration. Both of these guys are very excited for this fight. Audience, are you very excited for this fight? Woo! All right, have a countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these weapons fully up to speed. Mothership is a little too powerful on the drive. Misses, and Stress Concentration gets a cheeky hit on the back. But Stress Concentration's really going to make him feel that giant pressure bar. Already, the forks on Stress Concentration are not looking in good shape, and it looks like there's a crack on his base plate. He's already down a drive side. Mothership, who we're used to seeing, and that was the base plate. I think the next hit is going to be the lipo. And that's the match. A quick 40-second knockout coming from Mothership. Very impressive. I don't know why I keep this on my desk. Now in the arena, in the red square, we've got Fury. In the green square, we've got the black market Illegal Dorito. Both of these robots ready to go. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Illegal Dorito up to speed. Dominating performance so far, especially for a ring spinner. Cheeky first hit sends Fury onto his head. That's the kind of catastrophe that we like to see from these two robots. But they're both still at it. Illegal Dorito trying to show us a Triforce. Using his weapon to get off of the pit and throwing Fury into it. Fury getting bullied into the corner. Still kind of a tricky place for Illegal Dorito to be. I can't tell if Illegal Dorito is doing this on purpose, but it seems like he keeps throttling up randomly whenever he expects to get hit by Fury. Another good hit there from Illegal Dorito. A surprising level of control for a horizontal spinner. That ring came spinning down for just a second. Maybe it was for control reasons, but he's got Fury into the pit yet again. Too many trips to the pit will make you sick, as we're being flipped upside down over and over again. Fury still taking lots of hits and going all around the arena. Just ripped a nice chunk off of Illegal Dorito, but he's showing no sign of slowing down. The final 20 seconds to see if either of these competitors can do anything very impressive for the judge. Another cheeky hit there on the Fury. Illegal Dorito bounces off the wall. Dorito getting really good with his rebounds. But with 5 seconds left, let's give a round of applause for both of our competitors here. but especially for your winner, Illegal Dorito. They'll be going on to face Addition in the next round.
So because of all the shit.
We're gonna run General Memory Salmon Waffles, and then we're gonna run Murphy's Law Showtime Counterpunch Bacon. Those are the next 3 fights. And that will solidify the semifinals for both classes.
Hopefully our final quarterfinal match here from our plastic ant weights, as Jarrow, our number 1 seed, goes against the play-in Soggy Waffles.
Maybe. If we have time, we don't know. He's out of the tournament, but if there's like some free time, we might have him fight again.
2 minutes on the clock. Soggy Waffles showing a weapon. Not a whole heck of a lot of drive. There he's driving as he wanders over to his square. All right. Let's go. Audience, on the countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Jarrow was a little too powerful, flipping his entire robot over in the first couple of seconds here. He's still trying to get it back, and that's more than enough time for Soggy Waffles to sneak around the back to try to start cutting away at his wheels. Somebody's making loud screaming noises, and turns out that is the weapon of Soggy Waffles getting broken clean in half. Jarrow's now on the offensive, almost goes into the pit, but masterful driving pulls him back. Soggy Waffles is upside down. With an unbalanced weapon like that, he's not going to be able to use it destructively. He's going to have a lot more energy going into vibration than actual storing it. Jarrow's upside down, also not a place he wants to be, but he still has a working drive and a working weapon and a working pit. Jarrow getting a little hung up on the pit, and his drive is looking worse for wear. But he's coming back into the action. Soggy Waffles doesn't have a whole lot that he can pull out in this last minute, so he's just going to sit there and spin and see if anything happens as he goes back into the pit. Soggy Waffles trying to see if he can use his vibration-based weapon in order to escape the pit. Jarrow can't quite make over the gap there. Soggy Waffles takes another trip to the pit. Jarrow continuing to just eat away at him. Looks like he's going for the wheel now, too. Parts of Soggy Waffles are all over the arena. Ten seconds left in this fight. 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's the end of this fight. A round of applause for both of our competitors, but especially for Jarrow, your winner, really maximizing those final 10 seconds to leave a good impression on the judge's brain. They'll be going up against Orca in the next fight.
I'm going back. Be right back.
Baffy.
Now entering the arena is Showtime in green and Murphy's Law also in green.
I don't remember. Brandon should be back any second, but we should probably keep the show going. Figure it out. As in, just go ahead and press one. All right. Cool. And then the other one? You have to press the other one.
Yeah, you have to press that one down, hold it, and then press the other one.
And then sequence it.
We're going to do some quick little training on the pit.
Okay, so press and hold the left one, and then you press the right one. Then you release them together. That's literally what I did.
Can I try it?
Brandon's back.
On-job training.
You've never done it. It helps when you television.
3 minutes on the clock. Both these competitors are ready to go. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these robots jockeying for position at the beginning. Murphy's Law doing a pretty good job of not letting that vertical spinner of Showtime get close to him. All of a sudden his fork is jammed in the wall. Showtime can't quite make the best of that. They're going weapon to weapon. Showtime tries to take apart part of the wall. Murphy really rallying, getting Showtime in the corner. Showtime not driving as good as he was at the start. Is he down a drive side? Maybe. Murphy goes right up the forks and takes a ride. Murphy grinding away at those wheels, trying to kill the ardent dead side of the robot. Showtime manages to make the best of it and gets a huge hit on Murphy's Law. Showtime desperately trying to gyro pivot out of the way, but Murphy's Law just not letting him at all. He's already got half the drive. He's going to try to get the other half before this fight is over. Another huge weapon-to-weapon hit, which ends up with Murphy's Law in the pit. Showtime gets a nice cheeky hit on the back of Murphy's Law. Murphy's Law is somehow upside down right now. And that weapon is not spinning like he wants it to be. Showtime now has a huge hit lined up right behind Murphy's Law. And it looks like that might be the end of this fight with Murphy's Law stacked up against the wall, unable to come off. And that's the end of this fight. What a turnaround of fortune for your winner, Showtime.
So, for future reference, when it's loaded, I'll wait for them to clear out. But there's 2 buttons. Into it. To be honest, if you didn't turn off, you probably had that. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. What?
Are you guys going to February?
I'm not, no.
What about March? I want to send like Resurgence swap fight again.
Oh, look. Robot version. Sounds like it. Not the first time this has happened. I'm on the other wrestler.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That board is shifted. You want me to push it back? The board is shifted. You're only on 2 feet right now. Do you want me to shift it back? Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Okay, fire it.
It's like a ball.
It's not. Fire it. Fire it really quick to self-align. You're good.
people who talk to me are Doug Cole,
So
Doug
powerful.
Cat,
It was
and
fun
Randy
because it was so
Griffin.
powerful too. Like it would change the outcome of fights with you. Yeah, I put 22-17s on a 19-1 on that, so that was a lot of drive power. Yeah. What? Oh, I don't know what the fuck is that. Each one of those servos was like $85. Was it worth it? Huh? Was it worth it? Yeah. It was worth it simply for the clip where I pick up the mini bot and whisk it away out of frame. That was good. It was painful, but it was good.
I'm sorry.
We are slowly moving into our final quarterfinal match. This one's going to be Counterpunch, who just came off of a controversial win against Rickety Cricket. He'll be going up against Mako, who's had a dominating performance this entire competition and is frequently a finalist.
No. Oh, I'm on Turbo Fiend. Hang on. Sorry, I didn't realize.
Counterpunch has shown a lot of patience and also a lot of good driving when it comes to these matches, but going up against two robots, it might just be enough to confuse him. Mako, on the other hand, is going to use that saw to great effect to try to get through that soft, gummy plastic front of Counterpunch. The multibots of Mako are looking very ready, one of them with steel forks, the other with plastic. All of our competitors ready. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! One half of Mako goes straight into the pit. Hit. While the other half goes toe-to-toe against that fork of Counterpunch. Part of that fork was sticking up for just a second. But it's not quite enough. Counterpunch getting a good hit and then almost getting both of Mako halves into the pit together. Counterpunch is now stuck underneath the pit floor. Hopefully they can come out. Or maybe all three robots are just going into the pit together. Sparks flying everywhere as everybody hits everything, but it's still unclear who's taking damage. That saw is getting ready and spinning up to speed, but taking a look at that top plate on Counterpunch, that's made out of hardened spring steel. Unfortunately, Counterpunch Girl Boss too close to the sun and is now stuck in the wall. But he manages to pull it out right at the last second before that saw blade can come down, and we can see a great show of sparks. Both the Sawbot of Mako and Counterpunch are really jockeying for a good position on each other. But the jamming bot comes out of nowhere to throw him into the pit. And watch out, here comes the saw. Counterpunch breaks away just at the last minute. These two can't seem to get a good jam, although the jammer bot just has it. Can the Sawbot get over there in time? Counterpunch pulls away right at the last second. Gets a cheeky hit in on the Sawbot. Counterpunch once again goes toe-to-toe, fork to fork with the Sawbot. Now getting stuck by the jammer. Does he have time to get that cut in? He does, but it's ineffective. And we're going to do a quick pause in the match as our robots are stuck together and we want to get them unstuck. And they're unstuck. All right, we are going to resume this fight in 3, 2, 1, resume. 1 minute left. They're going to spend it in the pit. Good hit there from Counterpunch. Counterpunch now upside down. Mako has the saw right where he wants it, but Mako catches on fire. Counterpunch is stuck upside down, and one half of Mako is not moving. 30 seconds left. If anybody can move, you win the fight. Show motion. And that is a very dramatic knockout right at the end as Counterpunch is flipped upside down and Mako's saw catches fire right before going in for the maximum kill. So close there for Counterpunch with this very, very close fight. Both of these competitors have so much to be proud of for getting this far and putting off one of the best technical driving fights that we have seen all day.
Oh, that smells like. No, it's. I mean, it's Julian's motor that blew up. That's what the smell is. No. Like I fed the lifter into his weapon. I forced the weapon into the safe. Look.
Alright, boys, allow me to introduce you to the best thing ever. That is a fanny pack that is shaped like a WWE belt that is also a cooler.
Have you bought it yet?
No. They make a Patriots branded, one branded.
Sugar free Red Bull. You know what I'm talking about? The sugar free Red Bull guy?
No.
Oh my goodness.
We're going to jump back to our Antweight semifinals with Orca going against Gerald. 2 minutes back on the clock. Audience, all 10 of you, can you help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! These are two very good, methodical drum spinners. Orca wins that first hit. Very surprised as Gerald's been very good with his weapon-to-weapon hits. Gerald's upside down, which means his weapon is not going to work the way that he wants. He manages to peel away some of the side armor off of Mako. It looks like that weapon on Gerald's a little unbalanced at this point, although I don't see a whole lot of yellow parts all around the arena. Mako's getting taken to the cleaners now. Gerald started to knock more and more important stuff off of Mako. Looks like bolts are coming off of him too. Mako has one of his drive sides exposed. Sorry, Orca. Orca bouncing all around. Whereas Gerald's just showing total control of the fight at this point. They're finding bits and pieces of robots in every nook and cranny of this arena. Orca's completely upside down, showing off his high face and also that his top weapon supports are just unattached. Gerald goes in for a hit, misses, and makes a giant cloud of dust. Gets a couple more pieces off the back. Orca's down to one wheel. Gerald's still doing okay, but he's upside down. With 30 seconds left, he manages to self-right, but something's vibrating on his weapon. But these robots trying to fight over the vent grate, but it's not having a lot of good results for grip or for pushing into each other. 10 seconds left. Let's see if we can get one last big hit. That was a cute little kiss between you two. Oh, good one. And that's the end of this fight. Give a round of applause for both of these Antweights and for your finalist, Gerald. He'll be going up against the winner of Addition and Illegal Dorito in our next Antweight fight. This is going to be our second to last plastic ant weight competition fight. Our last semifinal going on between Addition and Illegal Dorito. The winner of this fight will be facing Gerald in the finals for all the marbles. Doors are closed. We're turning the cameras on. They're shaking hands. Everybody looks like they're getting ready. They want to drive over to their squares. We've got a giant weapon on Addition going up against a very stable Dorito spinner. Thumbs up all around. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! But these robots up to speed very fast, maybe too fast. Illegal Dorito getting in a completely unstable position. Is Addition going to maximize on that? Dorito's upside down. Let's see if he can drive in the way that he wants to. Addition saying he doesn't want any of that noise. He's going to play keep away for as long as he can, but he forgot this is robot fighting, not robot running. Couple of cheeky hits from Addition onto Illegal Dorito. Something sounds very bad on Illegal Dorito. Addition flipping himself upside down. Managing to get a good hit. Throws Illegal Dorito against the wall. Lots of stability. Dangerously close to the pit. Illegal Dorito goes in. Addition is now just about lost everything. But half of that weapon is still there, so he's going to keep trying even though there are pieces all over the floor. And that's a tap out. Your winner by catastrophic bot explosion, Illegal Dorito. I've been waiting for that one all day, and I'm so glad we finally got it.
It's a rumble.
I'm so tempted.
My belt's twisted? Sweet.
It doesn't matter.
That's gonna work. Alright, cool.
Thank you for your patience, audience. You may notice that there are a lot more than 2 robots in the arena. In fact, there's like 6. We're going to do something called a rumble. This is a great tradition that we have here at MassDestruction and a lot of other similar events where everybody who has been knocked out of the tournament so far, or people who didn't even qualify to begin with, are all allowed to have one fight for fun, and for your fun too. So this is going to be complete chaos. We're going to get all of the competitors over to the side. Yep, I know. We're actually going to turn on Rickety Cricket last. We've got him safe on purpose because he scares me. We just wanted to get all the other robots on into the far side of the arena where they're going to get ready in a very safe way while Luke goes in to turn on Rickety Cricket. Seems like Murphy's Law is having some difficulties. We do need to get the show on the road, though. We're going to have a last-minute withdrawal, I think, with Murphy's Law. He's having difficulty getting his robot to turn on. But we still have another 4 robots who are all going to try to take on Rickety Cricket. The clock won't go to 5 minutes, so I can only do 4.
I have a feeling it's going to be enough of a trust.
Smoky hard-coded it for some reason to keep it from going about 4 minutes. I don't know why. We could fix that.
Genius will be recognized
Eventually. That's more like it. We're going to let this go on for 4 minutes, or do you want a total stop when we get the first LiPo out?
Yeah, stop. We lose a
Or
LiPo.
until the first competitor loses a LiPo. We're going to call a hard stop right there, but hopefully we're going to get at least 4 minutes of fun on the clock. Everybody ready? Y'all excited to see a giant robot fight? I said, are you excited to see a giant robot fight? There we go. Help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Rickety Cricket is up to terrifying speed right in front of my face again. Fights at first law flying up into the ceiling. Whatever ant weight that was, just bounced into and out of the pit. Somebody is already coming into pieces. The whole front half of first law has already come off, completely vivisected by Rickety Cricket. Rickety Cricket, who keeps walking closer and closer to the judge's wall. Maxident coming out with part of first law's armor. Rickety Cricket is slowly taking a tumble to the center of the arena. Looks like all of our robots are still alive unless I missed one. Extra wide Doug is having fun corralling everybody around and somehow avoiding both being in the pit and also into Rickety Cricket. He's now trying to corral Rickety Cricket. And he gets him in the pit. Way to go, Doug. What have you wrought? Incredible flight of the cricket there, going nose deep into the pit and ejecting himself to the other side of the arena. First law and the ant weight are both looking a little worse for wear. Everybody's still moving. So we're halfway through this 4-minute match. I don't know about y'all, but I can't take my eyes off of Rickety Cricket. I don't even know what anybody else is doing. Good hit there coming from Maxident into Doug. Doug's still driving, but he's down a drive side and a weapon. First Law is doing a good job of bullying a robot that weighs 1/3 as much as him, but I guess it doesn't matter anymore. Well, 1-pounder is now trying to take on the 5-pounder. Nice bend there on Doug. One minute left in this fight. First Law doing a massive hit on Doug before falling into the pit. Rickety Cricket finding new and terrifying sounds to make. It looks like Doug is finally out of action, as is the 1-pounder. $15 seconds left in this fight. Let's see if we can get one more big hit. Five, four, three, two, one. That's the end of the fight. Give a huge round of applause for all of our competitors here. And the winner is you, the audience. You're the real winners here. We appreciate you so much for your patience today, and hopefully you've enjoyed all the robot fights that we've been able to show off to you. We are going to have an additional 3 beetleweight fights and 1 antweight fight before we are completely done for the evening. There may be a couple more grudge matches in between, but we're going to try to finish up the rest of our bracket. It's just going to take us a minute to get all of these robots safely out of here.
Destructive robot. So this robot had excellent run all day. Definitely some of the biggest hits we've seen at MassDestruction. Tough exit in the playoffs, but we thought that their performance today was admirable and deserves an award. This goes to Anubis.
Okay. Turbo Fiend versus Showtime. 3 minutes on the clock. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these vertical spinners getting up to speed, locking horns right in the middle, but it looks like Showtime really has the ground clearance advantage. Turbo Fiend getting tossed all around the arena, but it's a giant rubber doll and it can take those impacts super easily. Part of the side armor from Turbo Fiend is starting to be a little more wobbly than the rest of it, and it looks like once again the durability has really just outstood the test of time, as there was almost a snap reversal, taking out the weapon and the drive of Showtime in no time at all. And we have a tap out. I don't even know what I just saw, but your winner and going to the finals yet again is Turbo Fiend.
I'm just going through the things. We're good.
You consistently outperform. Oh, signal wires.
Always was the signal.
Next up, we're
Okay,
going
lock
to
in.
Mako and then General Burrito.
Ben, you consistently outperform the rest of the field by a certain significant amount, and I want you to know that you are doing fucking incredible. Thank you, Darren. And I'm very happy every time you bring it back because I know I'm going to see at the event later. Yay! I need revenge on Diva. Oh, I need my transfer. Diva! I need my transfer. Oh, never mind.
Hold on 1 second before you turn anything on.
I was just going to start down. He forgot his transfer. This is what happens when you share a deep transfer.
Okay. Wait for
You're not gonna get stuck on the floor with those because they're white now.
I just pretty shocked if I did that.
I just got to. I don't know. You seem to like. You seem to like the thick.
Dude, I'll get discombobulated and then I'll crank it to chase him down, and then the robot just goes. Don't worry, it's not gonna happen this time.
Watch. I'm gonna be the one fight where you don't end up in the pit.
I'm really bad at not going in the pit.
The pit's so fun. I don't blame you.
Yeah. That and also I just really like to utilize the whole arena, and when I don't have the whole arena, I get a little discombobulated.
We can try to make some. Let's see what we can do.
I know people have used extensions for years.
But we tried to make things work, so we'll see what we can do. Okay. Mako and Mothership. Okay, can I get robots on? Robots are on.
Yeah.
Controllers on. You guys are doing great. Let's get these rubber boxes out. Okay, can I get competitor
The robot is working as intended.
Okay, Mothership, are you good?
I'm ready. How are you doing?
Turbo Fiend, get Mako.
I am now.
Good, Fred.
3 more robots in the arena as Mako takes on Mothership. Audience, please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Mothership strong out of the gate, bounces off of Mako without doing really any damage. Both parts of Mako are trying to figure out how to try to even control the absolute insanity that is Mothership. Mothership stacking themselves against the wall right in front of the Sawbot. Kind of a sketchy place. Mothership really showing off the great strategy that if you are flying around the arena, balancing on one wheel and doing pirouettes, you can't be pinned and you can't be sawed. fantastic strategy there from Mothership. Hit. Somehow they were able to pirouette away from the two robots, causing them to smack into each other. I don't know if that was their strategy, but it looked really cool. And then he got a hit on both robots at the same time. Still getting shoved around the arena right now. Hard to believe we're only 1 minute into this fight. Mako's finally starting to get jammed up on Mothership, but I spoke too soon. They're still elusive as ever. Mako hugging themselves, not necessarily a place that they wanted to be. They've got him in the corner. Is he going to pirouette away again? Mako goes in for a very ambitious saw strike. Lots of sparks, very pretty, but it doesn't seem to slow Mothership down at all. Mako's got another one. Very pretty white titanium sparks going everywhere. Mothership ending up back in the pit again. One half of Mako's now stuck. It's got to be in his best interest to just try to take out the saw part as soon as he can. Saw part manages to rescue the jamming robot. Great hit there from Mothership onto the saw part. He's still bouncing around good. Another fantastic hit. Lots of damage has been done to the Sawbot, but unfortunately they snipped the belt going to the weapon of Mothership, and everything has gotten a lot quieter now. A somewhat lower chiller final 30 seconds. Both robots in the pit. The saw robot of Mako very far away from Mothership as we go into the last 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's the match. Round of applause for all three of these robots. What a fantastic fight. And the judge's decision is in. It's another very close and a very tight one, which we love to see, but your winner by judge's decision is Mako. Again, incredibly close, and a huge round of applause for both of these wonderful competitors. We always love to see it when it's too close to call in these fights.
for those, we're going to start off in ant weights, and the ant weight third place will be Addition. Next up, we have the third place 4B weight, which will be Showtime.
Yeah, first time I've been in even like the semi-final here, so I'm stoked. Oh wow. Yeah, it's cooking up.
The two final fights ready. So you get out the last performance award, which is the Extreme Silliness Man Award, typically goes to our silliest robot. And this robot today did absolutely the biggest number on our arena that we have seen this entire time running MassDestruction. It is definitely the silliest robot here. Congratulations to the Silliness Award winner, Rickety Cricket.
Extreme silliness ahead. That's a value of the Boston roundabout. There's a real roundabout that exists. Wow. I love it. Thank you. That's
Illegal burrito. No. I should be able to, yeah. Still okay, robots are. Okay. Yep. Wait 1 second. Yeah. We'll need to look at the clock and set. Oh, hey, good luck. Yeah, you too.
Laying there on the ground and she was worried. So she picked it up and she just kind of slowed it up there and then she put it down. And I moved around a bit and she was like, I think we just got it.
Yeah, tired. It's hard for those type of birds, like they're so small and then if they get lost.
We're good. Okay, let's do this. Okay. Weapon locks. Weapon locks. Weapon locks out. I did that before. Weapon locks out. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, lovely audience of Waltham, Massachusetts, and places further afield, we are delighted that you have joined us here at Mass Destruction number 5 here at the Charles River Museum of Industry. And for our second to last fight for the evening, we are going to have our plastic ant weight finals. We've had two incredibly competitive robots here today. Over in the red square, we've had Gerald, who has been an absolute force of nature, winning most of his fights by knockout, and just really showing how reliable a plastic ant weight can be. But that reliability is going to get matched by over here in the green square with the green Dorito, the illegal Dorito, who is easily, hands down, the most stable and effective ring spinner that I have ever seen. I'm really impressed. So with these two super special robots ready to go, audience, could you please, for the second to last time, help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Both these robots getting up to speed right at the start. Illegal Dorito trying to get good position. He gets a cheeky hit in on Cheryl. Cheryl's upside down, not a great place for him to be. And now he's in the corner and upside down, an even worse position for him. Arena Swartz from all the previous battles is flying around. Illegal Dorito keeping a very careful and cautious throttle discipline here. He doesn't want to go too fast because he'll lose control, but if he goes too slow, he won't hit hard. Bouncing like a coin right on the edge of the void. Both these robots are going into the pit, but Gerald is coming out. Gerald's looking a little shaky after that. Upside down, and maybe not driving as well as he could. Illegal Dorito trying to line up for the hit, which he gets, throwing Gerald right into the wall. Gerald tries to go in for a cheeky hit, but Illegal Dorito is going to make him pay. Halfway through this 2-minute fight, Gerald's spending more time fighting the wall than the enemy. Illegal Dorito being very cautious about his hits. Another great one there as he knocks on the side armor off of Gerald. And that's completely gone. Another very good hit there from Illegal Dorito. Almost goes in to the pit, but manages to pull it back right at the last minute. Gerald slows down and gets smacked for his sins. Couple more cheeky hits coming from the Dorito on the Gerald. It looks like he's about to lose that other wheel armor. Also, the vertical supports seem to have broken off, causing that drum to slow down. Dorito is both going to rip it off and throw it across the arena. 3, 2, 1. That's the end of this fight. Let's give a round of applause for both of our finalists in the 1 pound weight class, as well as all of our competitors today. But your winner, by judges' decision, is Illegal Dorito.
Okay, let's do it. Can I get Robotics in on Illegal Dorito? Back out, yeah. Bummer. The press fit backed out. Do you have screws on retention in there? What? Do you have a retention screw to hold it to your motor, or is it just press fit?
Just press fit. Well, press fit and we're facing down.
Okay. Well, good fight.
Yeah.
Do we want to...
We have one final fight coming up shortly, as soon as our competitors are ready.
Applause for our second place finisher in the ant weight division, Gerald. Line up and get your second place trophy. And of course, the winner of the ant weight division, Illegal Dorito. If you want a placement trophy, if you have your bot like remotely around, if we could take a picture with all the podium bots together, that would be cool.
Can they get all the plant weights with all the awards over here? Illegal Dorito, Gerald, edition. One more. Final for Beatles.
Thank you again for your patience, audience. We're just trying to get our competitors ready for the very last Beetleweight fight. They told us that they needed 5 minutes. That was clearly a lie, as it's been about 10, but we're willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. And after all, this final is between teammates on the same team, so they have only each other to keep accountable.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, quick announcement, if people don't mind helping put chairs and tables away that are completely unoccupied, helps a little bit.
Round backs.
If you would like a test box floor, let us know. Because we have a billion old MassDestruction floors. Otherwise, it's getting chopped up and turned into firewood.
I need to grab one of you and call my friend after this fight to talk about the borrowed.
Returning to the arena for the final time tonight, it's TPU Madness with Mako and Turbo Fiend. Both of these robots have had incredibly strong performances all day long, with Turbo Fiend pulling off an incredible number of knockouts. Outstanding driving, lots of patience, and a solid, reliable robot. They're going up against Mako, who's done a very good job of controlling, corralling, and cutting up all of his opponents. For the final round, the blocker bot has a brand new edition of a soldering iron tip. For anybody who doesn't know what a soldering iron is, it is very hot, which is ideal if you wanted to puncture a hole through, say, a giant plastic robot. That, in combination with the bigger saw blade, is probably going to give us the most dynamic fight between these three robots all day long. So, audience, thank you again for coming out. And for the last time, could you please help me count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Slow spin up from Turbo Fiend as she tries to take Mako right to the wall. All three robots jockeying for position, but nothing really working out too well for any of them. Turbo Fiend getting in some of those passive cuts, whereas Mako has to line them up. Mako going for a very ambitious swing right there that can normally help destroy their saw. Oh, but here comes a soldering iron coming right into the top of Turbo Fiend. Soldering iron doesn't seem like it got anything good that time, but it's back with a vengeance. There's wires flying around all over the place as Mako takes Turbo Fiend right to the corner. Quick trip into the pit. Turbo Fiend is back out. Turbo Fiend is really getting up to speed to try to start punishing the parts of Mako as we're only 1 minute in. Mako almost goes for a cut there, but Turbo Fiend sneaks away right at the last minute. Mako now doing a backside cut, but the soldering iron is actually going into the top of Turbo Fiend. That is a giant hole right in the top of Turbo Fiend that she probably didn't want there earlier. Now the soldering iron's going into the bottom. Is it going to get anything good? The saw is coming from the other end. Smoke is coming off the tip of the soldering iron. That's melted plastic. Don't smell that. There are holes coming off of the saw of Mako. And that looked really important off the saw bot of Mako. But the soldering iron is back with a vengeance. The two robots are pinned together. All right, we're going to cause a quick pause for the last minute and get these two robots unstuck. I love the smell of burning plastic in the morning. That soldering iron has seen better days. We are going to resume this 3-pound final match in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1 minute left in this competition. That soldering iron is out of action, and it looks like the Sawbot has seen better days. Both the halves of Mako are cuddling down in the pit. Turbo Fiend decides to join them. All these robots are jammed up together. A little bit of friendly fire gets them free, but Mako has definitely seen better days. The blocker soldering iron bot is stuck upside down, while the saw bot continues to try to thrash around with his one remaining wheel. More giant hits coming there from Turbo Fiend, as Mako starts to play very loose and fast with that saw. Wonderful hit right to the underside, but I'm not sure it did what he wanted it to do. With 10 seconds left in this fight, are we going to see any of that good knockout action for a final impression on the judges? 2, 1, and that's the end of your fight with all three robots in the pit. Let's give a round of applause for all of our competitors here, but especially for your MassDestruction number 5 Beetleweight champion, Turbo Fiend. Thanks again, everybody, for coming out tonight. That is going to be the end of our show. We appreciate you so much for hanging out and watching robots fight. If you want to follow us, please look us up on Facebook. We are MassDestruction. We also have a YouTube channel at Omega Team Robotics, and we will be back sometime in the summer when we can figure out what is going on. If any of you have any free time, please stick around and help us with arena deconstruction. We could use all the hands that we can, but in the meantime, thank you all so much for coming out. We loved having you, and see you next